Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1, The Night Courier. I am writing this on a burner phone I bought at a gas station in New Mexico. I have taped over the camera lenses with electrical tape. I have removed the SIM card 3 times in the last hour just to be sure. My hands are shaking so badly that autocorrect is the only reason this is legible. I don't know who will read this. I don't know if it matters. But I have to leave a record. If you live in the Midwest, specifically along the I-80 corridor, and you see an ad for a private courier night shift offering $2,000 a week for delivering medical supplies, scroll past it. Burn your computer, throw your phone in a river, do not call the number. I was living in my van in a Walmart parking lot in Iowa. I had lost my job at a distribution center because of restructuring, which is corporate speak for we found a robot that works cheaper than you. I was down to my last tank of gas and a bag of stale pretzels. I needed money fast. I found the flyer taped to a lamppost near the store entrance. It was simple, black text on yellow paper. Courier wanted. Nights only. High pay. Discretion required. Call Mr. Vance. I called. A man answered on the second ring. His voice was smooth, calm, like a late-night radio DJ. "Can you drive a manual transmission?" he asked. "Yes," I lied. I could learn. "Are you comfortable with long distances in the dark?" "Yes." "Can you follow instructions without asking questions?" "For $2,000 a week, I'll drive blindfolded." He chuckled. It was a dry sound. "Meet me at the rest stop off exit 240 at midnight. Look for the black sedan." I showed up. The rest stop was deserted, bathed in flickering orange sodium lights. A black Lincoln Town car was idling near the restrooms. The windows were tinted so dark they looked painted. I knocked on the glass. It rolled down. Mr. Vance was older than he sounded. He wore a crisp suit and sunglasses, even though it was midnight. He didn't look at me. He looked straight ahead at the highway. "The job is simple," he said, handing me a heavy envelope and a set of keys. "Take the white van parked around the back. In the back of the van, there is a cooler. Do not open the cooler. Do not adjust the temperature settings. Deliver it to the address inside this envelope. You have exactly 6 hours. If you are late, do not deliver it. Just leave the van and walk away. We will find it." "What's in the cooler?" I asked. "Medical samples," he said. "Very sensitive, very expensive, and very volatile." He handed me $500 cash. "For gas and food. You get the rest upon delivery." I walked around the building. There was a white Ford Transit van. It looked normal, except the windows were painted over with white paint from the inside. I unlocked it and got in. It smelled of bleach and ozone. The cooler was in the back. It was a heavy industrial metal box bolted to the floor. It had a digital display on the lid. 30 at the craft. It hummed loudly. I opened the envelope. The address was a farmhouse in Nebraska, 400 miles away. I started driving. The first 2 hours were fine. Just me, the road, and the hum of the cooler. The hum was annoying, a low-frequency vibration that rattled my teeth. Vroom, thump. Vroom, thump. Around 2 a.m., I was in the middle of nowhere. Cornfields stretched out on both sides of the highway, endless walls of black stalks. That's when the cooler started making noise. Thump. It sounded like something heavy hit the inside of the lid. I checked the rear view mirror. The cooler was vibrating. Thump, thump. It's just the compressor, I told myself. Old fridge unit. Then a voice came from the back of the van. Let me out. I slammed on the brakes. The van skidded to a halt on the shoulder. I turned around, heart pounding. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the cooler. I waited a minute. Nothing. Sleep deprivation, I muttered. Too much coffee. I merged back onto the highway. 10 minutes later, it happened again. It's cold in here. It was a child's voice, a little girl. I swerved, almost hitting a guardrail. I pulled over again. I grabbed the tire iron from under the seat. I crawled into the back of the van. The cooler sat there, innocent and cold. Is someone in there? I yelled. No answer. I put my ear against the metal lid. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Fingernails on metal. Frantic scratching. Please, mister, the girl's voice whispered, muffled by the insulation. I can't feel my fingers. Let me out. My stomach dropped. Medical samples, my ass. I was trafficking a kid. I was a monster. I grabbed the latch on the cooler. I had to open it. I had to save her. But then I remembered Vance's words. Do not open the cooler. And very volatile. What if it wasn't a kid? What if it was a recording? A trick? I looked at the digital display, 30 ideograph. If there was a kid in there, she was freezing to death. I made a decision. I popped the latch. The lid hissed. As the seal broke, cold air rushed out, smelling of formaldehyde and copper. I threw the lid open. The cooler was empty. Well, not empty. There was a small glass vial in the center, sitting in a foam cutout. Inside the vial was a dark purple liquid that swirled on its own. But there was no girl, no source of the scratching. I stared at it. I touched the inside walls. Solid metal. Then the liquid in the vial stopped swirling. It pressed against the glass, forming a tiny face, a screaming face. And the voice came from the vial. You let the cold out. The voice wasn't a little girl anymore. It was deep, demonic, vibrating in my skull. I slammed the lid shut and latched it. My hands were shaking. I climbed back into the driver's seat. Just deliver the package, I chanted. Just deliver the package. I drove faster, 90 minutes minute. But now the van wasn't alone. I looked in the side mirror. A car was following me, a black sedan, no lights. I sped up. It sped up. I took an exit onto a dirt road, trying to lose it. The sedan followed, its tires crunching on the gravel. I was miles from the drop-off. The cornfields were closing in. Suddenly the cooler started screaming. Not a voice. A high-pitched electronic shriek that pierced my eardrums. The display on the lid was flashing red. Containment breach. Temperature rising. 40 degree, 45 degree, 50 degree. The heat coming off the cooler was intense. It was heating up from the inside. Burn, the voice screamed from the back. Burn it all. The black sedan rammed the back of the van. Crash. I lost control. The van spun out, sliding into a ditch. The engine died. Silence. I sat there, dazed. My head hit the steering wheel. Blood trickled into my eye. I saw headlights approaching. The sedan stopped at the top of the ditch. Doors opened. 2 men in suits got out. They wore gas masks. They walked down the slope toward the van. I grabbed the tire iron. I wasn't going down without a fight. But they didn't come for me. They went to the back doors. They ripped them open. One of them pulled a device out, a flamethrower. "Wait!" I screamed. "I'm in here." They ignored me. The man with the flamethrower aimed it at the cooler. Whoosh! A jet of fire engulfed the back of the van. I scrambled out the driver's side door, crawling into the cornfield. The heat was searing. The van exploded. Boom! I covered my head as metal debris rained down. I peeked through the corn stalks. The cooler was glowing red-hot in the wreckage. But it wasn't melting. It was opening. The lid flew off, and something rose out of a fire. It wasn't a liquid anymore. It was a cloud, a purple, swirling cloud of smoke that took the shape of a man, a giant, towering man made of shadow and gas. The men in suits didn't run. They stood there, calm. One of them pulled out a specialized vacuum device, like a Ghostbusters pack. They turned it on. A vortex of suction pulled at the smoke creature. The creature roared. It was a sound that broke the windows of the sedan. "I am eternal!" The vacuum sucked it in. Slowly, inch by inch, the purple smoke was dragged into the containment unit. Once it was gone, the men clamped the unit shut. They looked at the burning van. "Driver's gone," one said. His voice was muffled by the mask. "Doesn't matter," the other said. "He was contamination. The breach is contained." They walked back to their car and drove away. I waited in the cornfield for an hour. I waited until the fire died down. Then I walked. I walked for 10 miles to the nearest town. I bought this phone. I rented a motel room. I thought it was over. I thought I was just a witness to some secret government cleanup. But this morning I woke up. I went to the bathroom to wash my face. I looked in the mirror. My eyes. My irises aren't brown anymore. They are purple, swirling dark purple. And when I speak, there is an echo. A second voice underneath mine, a little girl's voice. "We are safe now," it whispers when I talk. "We are warm." I didn't just open the cooler, I breathed it in. When the seal broke, when the air rushed out, I inhaled it. I am the container now, and I can feel it changing me. My skin is getting hard, cold, my blood feels thick, and I have an urge, a terrible, overwhelming urge. I want to go to the city. I want to go to a crowded place, a mall, a stadium, and I want to scream. I want to open my mouth and let it all out. I am fighting it. I am driving into the desert. I am going where there are no people. But the voice is getting louder. "Share us," it says. "Share the gift. If you see me, if you see a man with purple eyes driving the stolen car, run. Don't let me speak. Because I think if I scream, the world ends." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My carbon monoxide detector has been going off every night at 3 a.m. for the past week. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm sitting in my car in a grocery store parking lot at 4 in the morning because I'm too scared to go back inside my apartment. I know how insane this sounds, but I need to write everything down before I forget again. Let me start from the beginning. I live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of an old building in Minneapolis. I've been here for 8 months. It's not fancy, but it's mine, and the rent is cheap. I work from home doing tech support, so I'm in the apartment pretty much all day, every day. About 2 weeks ago, I installed a carbon monoxide detector. I know I should have done it sooner, but I kept putting it off. My mom kept nagging me about it after her friend's husband died from a faulty furnace, so I finally ordered one on Amazon. It's one of those digital ones with a screen that shows the CO levels. I put it in the hallway between my bedroom and the living room, plugged it in, and forgot about it. Everything was fine for the first week. Then last Monday night, I woke up to the detector screaming. The alarm is loud, really loud, and it was going off right outside my bedroom. I grabbed my phone. It was 3:07 a.m. I stumbled out into the hallway and looked at the detector. The screen said 0 ppm, 0. No carbon monoxide detected, but it was still blaring. I unplugged it thinking maybe it was malfunctioning. The alarm stopped. I stood there in the dark hallway for a minute listening, but everything was quiet. I plugged it back in. It beeped once to show it was working, displayed 0 ppm, and stayed quiet. I went back to bed. The next night, same thing. 3 a.m. exactly, the alarm started screaming. I checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it, waited, plugged it back in. It stopped. I figured the detector was defective. I was going to return it, but I got busy with work and forgot. Wednesday night, 3 a.m., the alarm went off. Again. This time, I was annoyed enough that I actually got out of bed faster. I unplugged the detector and brought it into my bedroom so the alarm wouldn't wake me up if it went off again. I left it on my dresser, unplugged. I went back to sleep. At 3:47 a.m., I woke up to the alarm going off again. The detector was still on my dresser, still unplugged, but the screen was lit up and the alarm was blaring and the screen said, 0 ppm. That's when I started to get scared. I took the batteries out. The detector is supposed to have a battery backup in case of power outages. I removed them completely. No power source at all. The alarm kept going. I stood there holding this dead detector in my hands while it screamed at me. The screen was still lit up, showing 0 ppm, even though there was no possible way it could be getting power. I threw it in my closet and shut the door. The alarm was muffled, but I could still hear it. I put a pillow over my head and eventually fell back asleep. In the morning, I opened the closet. The detector was silent, screen dark, completely dead. I looked at it for a long time. I thought about throwing it away, but part of me wanted to figure out what was happening. I posted about it on a tech support forum. People said it was probably a manufacturing defect, that sometimes electronics can hold a charge and do weird things. Someone suggested I get a replacement and also call my landlord to check the furnace. I called my landlord that afternoon. He said the furnace was inspected in September and everything was fine, but he'd send someone to check again. A maintenance guy came by on Friday. He spent 20 minutes looking at the furnace and the vents and said everything looked good. No leaks, no problems. I asked him if he'd ever heard of carbon monoxide detectors going off when they're not even plugged in. He looked at me weird and said, no. After he left, I took the detector out of my closet. I put the batteries back in and plugged it into the outlet in my living room far away from my bedroom. I wanted to see if it would go off again. Friday night, 3 a.m., it went off. I got up and checked it. 0 ppm. I unplugged it and took the batteries out again. It kept beeping for about 30 seconds, then stopped. Saturday, I bought a completely different detector from a different brand. I installed it in the hallway and put the old one in a drawer in my kitchen. Saturday night, 3 a.m., the new detector went off. I checked it. 0 ppm. But here's the thing that made my blood run cold. I could hear another alarm going off too, muffled from the kitchen. The old detector in the drawer was also going off. Both detectors, different brands, one with no power source, both going off at exactly 3 a.m., showing no carbon monoxide present. I sat on my couch with all the lights on until sunrise. I didn't go back to sleep. Sunday morning, I did some research. I looked up everything I could find about carbon monoxide detectors malfunctioning. The only thing that made sense was electromagnetic interference. Sometimes power lines or other electronics can cause false alarms, but that wouldn't explain the detector going off with no power. I also looked up stories about carbon monoxide poisoning. The symptoms are headache, dizziness, confusion, nausea. One thing that kept coming up in the articles was that CO poisoning can cause memory problems and hallucinations. I started to think, what if there really is carbon monoxide in my apartment? What if the detectors are malfunctioning and not showing the real levels? What if I'm slowly being poisoned, and that's why I'm seeing impossible things like unplugged detectors turning on? Sunday afternoon, I bought a third detector, a professional grade one that cost $200. The reviews said it was the most accurate on the market. I also bought a pack of those disposable CO badges that change color if they detect gas. I put badges in every room. I installed the new detector. I opened all my windows, even though it was freezing outside. Sunday night, I didn't sleep. I stayed up watching the detector. At 2:55 a.m., I was staring right at it. At exactly 3 a.m., all three detectors started going off. The new one in the hallway, the one in the living room, and the one in the kitchen drawer. All of them, simultaneously, all of them showing 0 ppm. I checked the CO badges. None of them had changed color. No carbon monoxide. The alarms kept going for about 5 minutes. Then they all stopped at the same time. Just stopped, mid-beep. Total silence. I sat on my couch in the dark, shaking. That's when I noticed something. My laptop was open on the coffee table. I always close it before bed. But it was open, and the screen was on. And there was a document open in Word. I didn't remember opening a document. I walked over and looked at the screen. There was text. Pages and pages of text. I started reading it. It was a journal, my journal, entries going back months. But I don't keep a journal. I've never kept a journal. The entries were about my daily life. What I ate, what I watched on TV, who I talked to. Mundane stuff. But written in detail like someone was documenting everything I did. I scrolled down. The entries got weirder. They started talking about hearing noises at night, about feeling watched, about losing time and finding things moved around the apartment. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember writing any of this. The last entry was from Sunday night, a few hours ago. It said, "The alarms went off again at 3 a.m., all three of them. I'm starting to understand what's happening. I'm starting to remember. I don't think I'm alone in this apartment. I don't think I've ever been alone here." My hands were shaking so badly I could barely scroll. I kept reading. I found the photos today. They were in a folder on my desktop labeled "Do Not Open." I don't remember creating that folder. I opened it anyway. There were pictures of me sleeping. Hundreds of them. taken from different angles in my bedroom, some from last week, some from last night. Someone has been in my room while I'm sleeping, taking pictures. I immediately opened my desktop folders. There it was, a folder labeled Do Not Open. I clicked on it. Photos. So many photos. All of me. Sleeping in my bed, sitting at my desk, cooking in the kitchen, watching TV. Some were taken from inside my apartment, from angles that shouldn't be possible unless someone was standing right next to me. Others were taken through my window from outside, from the building across the street. There were photos from tonight, from an hour ago. Me sitting on the couch with all the lights on, holding my phone. Someone was watching me right now. I ran to the window and looked out. The building across the street was dark, but I could see one window with a faint light. 3rd floor, directly across from my apartment. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I told them someone was stalking me, that someone had been in my apartment taking pictures. They said they'd send an officer. While I waited, I kept reading the journal. The entries got more disturbing. I think I'm losing time. I'll be working and then suddenly it's hours later and I don't remember what happened. I found a video on my phone today. I don't remember recording it. It's 47 minutes of me just sitting at my desk, staring at the wall, not moving, just sitting there. I watched the whole thing. I never blinked. Not once in 47 minutes. I checked my phone. I found the video. I couldn't watch it. I couldn't watch myself sitting there like that. The detectives are trying to warn me. The 3 a.m. alarms, that's when they come into my apartment. That's when I'm most vulnerable, in the deepest part of sleep. The detectors can sense them, even if they can't detect carbon monoxide. They're sensing something else. No, that was crazy. That didn't make any sense. But what did make sense? Detectors going off with no power. Detectors going off with no gas present. Photos of me that I didn't take. A journal I didn't write. The police arrived around 4:30 a.m. 2 officers. I showed them everything. The detectives, the photos, the journal. They looked at each other with expressions I couldn't read. They searched my apartment. They checked the closets, under the bed, the bathroom. Nothing. No signs of forced entry. No signs that anyone had been there besides me. They asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. No, just me and the landlord. They asked if I'd been feeling okay, if I'd been stressed, if I was taking any medications. I said no. I said I was fine. But I could tell they didn't believe me. One of the officers took my laptop to look at the photos more carefully. He opened the folder. It was empty. All the photos were gone, deleted in the last 10 minutes, according to the file properties. "Is this some kind of prank?" he asked. "No, I swear they were just there, hundreds of photos." They looked at each other again. The other officer found my journal document still open in Word. He started reading it out loud. But it wasn't the same. The entries were different now. Normal entries about normal things. Nothing about being watched or losing time. Nothing about photos. "This seems like a pretty standard journal," he said. "That's not what it said before. It was talking about someone being in my apartment." They asked if I'd been drinking or using drugs. I said no. They asked if I'd considered talking to someone, maybe a therapist. They gave me a card for a crisis hotline. They left around 5 a.m. They said to call if anything else happened, but I could tell they thought I was having some kind of breakdown. After they left, I checked my laptop again. The journal was still open. I read through it again, just to make sure I wasn't crazy. It was different. It had been changed. Someone had changed it while the police were here. I checked the folder of photos. Still empty, but the deleted files, I could recover those. I downloaded a recovery program and started scanning my hard drive. It found fragments, pieces of the photos that had been deleted. Not enough to see full images, but enough to see parts. A piece of my bedroom, a corner of my face, a timestamp showing they were taken last night. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had taken these photos. And then they deleted the evidence while the police were here, which meant they were either still in my apartment somewhere or they had remote access to my computer. I slammed my laptop shut. I grabbed my phone, my wallet, and my keys. I left the apartment and went to my car. That's where I am now. It's 6 a.m. The sun is starting to come up. I've been sitting here trying to make sense of everything. I keep coming back to the carbon monoxide detectors. Why 3 a.m.? Why do they all go off at exactly 3 a.m. showing 0 ppm? I looked it up. 3 a.m. is called the witching hour. But that's just superstition. But it's also the time when your body is in the deepest sleep, when your REM cycle is at its peak. It's when you're most vulnerable to sleepwalking, night terrors, sleep paralysis. What if I'm doing this to myself? What if I'm sleepwalking and taking photos of myself and writing in the journal and I don't remember it? What if the carbon monoxide detectors are going off because I'm somehow triggering them in my sleep? But that doesn't explain how the detector went off with no power. That doesn't explain the photos taken from outside my window, unless I'm not sleepwalking, unless there's something else wrong with me. I called my mom. It's early, but she always wakes up at 5:30. I told her everything. She was quiet for a long time after I finished. "Honey," she said carefully, "I think you need to see a doctor." "I'm not crazy." "I didn't say you were crazy, but what you're describing, the memory problems, the lost time, finding things you don't remember, creating, those could be symptoms of something medical, a brain tumor or seizures or even just extreme stress. What about the detectors? What about them going off with no power?" She didn't have an answer for that. I told her I was going to get a hotel room for a few days just until I figured things out. She said that was a good idea. She asked me to promise I'd see a doctor. I promised. I'm about to drive to a hotel. But I needed to write all this down first, while I still remember it clearly, because I'm starting to worry that I'll forget again, that whatever is happening to me will make me forget, like it's made me forget before. If you're reading this and I've forgotten, here's what you need to know. 1. The carbon monoxide detectors go off at 3 a.m. every night. 2. There are photos on my computer that I didn't take. 3. There's a journal on my computer that I didn't write. 4. Someone has been in my apartment while I sleep. 5. I'm losing time and I don't know what I'm doing. During those gaps, I'm going to the hotel now. I'll update when I can. Update. 2 p.m. Same day. I checked into a hotel around 7 a.m. and immediately fell asleep. I woke up at noon feeling better, more clear-headed. I decided to look at my phone. I had a dozen texts from my landlord. The first one was from 8 a.m. "Your neighbor below you called. She said your alarm has been going off all morning. Please turn it off." The rest were increasingly angry messages about the noise and threatening to enter my apartment if I didn't respond. I called him. "I'm not in the apartment. I've been at a hotel since 6 a.m. "Well, something is making noise in there. I'm going in." I told him to go ahead. I wanted him to check anyway to see if anyone was in there. He called me back 20 minutes later. I went in. Your carbon monoxide detectors were all going off. I unplugged them. "You really need to get those checked out. They're defective." "Was anyone else in the apartment?" "What? No, it's empty." "Why would someone be in your apartment?" I explained about the photos and the journal. He was silent for a long time. "Look," he said finally, "I don't want to overstep, but have you been feeling okay? Like mentally okay? Everyone keeps asking me that." "I'm fine. Can you just check the windows? Make sure they're all locked from the inside?" He checked, all locked, no signs anyone had broken in. After we hung up, I opened my laptop. I wanted to look at the journal again to see if it had changed again. The document was gone, completely gone. Not in my recent files, not anywhere on my computer. I searched for it, nothing. I checked my browser history to see what I'd been looking at last night. The history had been cleared, all of it, wiped completely. Then I noticed my webcam light was on, the little green light that shows when the camera is active. I haven't used my webcam in months. I opened my webcam software. It was recording. It had been recording since I opened my laptop at the hotel, recording me sitting here reading, typing. I checked the saved videos folder. There were hours of footage, days of footage, videos of me in my apartment, working, sleeping, walking around. The timestamps went back weeks. My webcam had been recording me this entire time without my knowledge. I slammed the laptop shut and covered the webcam with tape. My heart was racing. Someone had accessed my computer remotely and turned on my webcam. They'd been watching me for weeks, maybe months. I called the police again. This time I told them about the webcam, about the remote access, about someone hacking my computer. They said they'd send someone from their cyber crimes unit. While I waited, I did something I should have done days ago. I called my doctor and made an emergency appointment because my mom was right. Even if someone is stalking me and hacking my computer, the memory loss and lost time isn't normal. Something is wrong with me medically. The appointment is tomorrow morning. The cyber crimes detective showed up at my hotel around 3 p.m. She took my laptop to examine it. She said if someone really was accessing it remotely, they'd be able to find evidence. She asked me the same questions everyone asks. Have I been feeling stressed? Any medications? Any history of mental illness? I told her no, but I'm seeing a doctor tomorrow, just to rule things out. She said that was smart. She also said something that scared me. She said that in cases like this, where someone has access to your computer, they can also have access to your phone. They can track your location, read your messages, even listen through your microphone. I'm writing this update on a public library computer because I'm too afraid to use my phone anymore. I don't know who's watching me or why. I don't know what's real and what I'm imagining. I don't know if I'm sick or being stalked or both. All I know is that I can't go back to that apartment. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Final update. 1 week later. I'm writing this from my mom's house in Wisconsin. I left Minneapolis 4 days ago, and I'm not going back. The doctor's appointment revealed something I wasn't expecting. I have a brain tumor. It's small, benign, located in my temporal lobe. The neurologist said it's been there for a while, probably years, slowly growing. It's in a location that can cause memory problems, hallucinations, seizures, and something called confabulation, where your brain creates false memories to fill in gaps. The tumor explains a lot. The lost time, the confusion, finding things I didn't remember creating. It's possible I was doing things in a fugue state and not remembering them afterward. The cybercrimes detective called me yesterday. They analyzed my laptop. There was no evidence of remote access, no malware, no spyware, no indication that anyone had hacked into my computer. The webcam recordings were all started manually. By me. I just didn't remember doing it. The photos that I thought were of me sleeping, they analyzed the metadata, all taken by my phone, from angles consistent with me setting up the phone and taking the photos myself. The journal entries, the writing style matched samples of my other writing. It was me. I wrote all of it. I don't remember any of it, but apparently I did it all myself. The landlord checked my apartment again with police present. No signs anyone else had been there. No cameras, no listening devices, nothing. He checked the building across the street, too. The window I thought I saw a light in. That apartment has been vacant for 3 months. The carbon monoxide detectors, the landlord took them all to be tested by a professional. They're working perfectly, no defects. He installed new ones, and they haven't gone off since I left. The police think I was triggering them myself. In my fugue states, I was unplugging them, removing batteries, moving them around. That's why they seem to be going off with no power. I was the one making them go off manually and then not remembering it. 3 a.m. was probably when I was sleepwalking or having seizures related to the tumor. Everything has a rational explanation. Everything was me. I'm scheduled for surgery next month to remove the tumor. The doctors say that once it's gone, the symptoms should stop. The memory problems, the hallucinations, all of it. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. I got mail forwarded from my Minneapolis apartment yesterday. In with the bills and junk mail was a large manila envelope, no return address. Inside was a note and a USB drive. The note said, "You were right to leave. I'm sorry I scared you. I was only trying to warn you." I plugged the USB drive into my mom's laptop after she ran every security scan known to man. On the drive was a single video file. It was security camera footage from the hallway outside my apartment. Time-stamped from 2 weeks ago, the night the detectors started going off. The footage shows my apartment door. For hours, nothing happens. Then at 2:55 a.m., someone walks up to my door. They're wearing dark clothes, and their face is covered. They stand outside my door for a few minutes, just standing there. Then they pull out a key and unlock my door. They go inside. They're in there for exactly 12 minutes. Then they come back out, lock the door behind them, and walk away. This happens every night for a week on the footage, always between 2:55 and 3:15 a.m., always the same person, always with a key. I showed the footage to the police. They contacted my landlord. He swears only he and I have keys to that apartment. He changed the locks when I moved in. There are no other copies. But someone had a key. Someone was coming into my apartment every night, and I was so deep in tumor-induced sleep that I never woke up. The police are investigating. They're pulling more security footage from the building. They're interviewing neighbors. They think it might be a maintenance worker or previous tenant who kept a copy of the old key before the locks were changed, or maybe it's someone else entirely. The tumor surgery is in 3 weeks. After that, maybe I'll remember. Maybe my brain will work properly and I'll be able to piece together what was real and what I imagined. But I keep thinking about that note. I was only trying to warn you. Warn me about what? About myself and what I was doing in my fugue states? About the person who was breaking into my apartment? About something else entirely? I don't know. And the scariest part is that I might never know, because even after they remove the tumor, even after my memory comes back, I'll never be sure what was real. I'll never know which parts were my sick brain creating false memories and which parts actually happened. Was there really someone in my apartment? Or did I create that memory to explain the missing time? Were the carbon monoxide detectors really going off? Or did I just think they were? Was someone watching me? Or was I watching myself and forgetting it? I can't trust my own memories anymore. I can't trust my own brain. And that's scarier than any stalker could ever be. The one thing I know for certain is this: I'm never going back to that apartment. Whatever was happening there, whether it was all in my head or whether someone really was coming into my home every night while I slept, I can't live with that uncertainty. My mom says I can stay here as long as I need to. After the surgery, I'll figure out what comes next, but right now, I'm just trying to hold on to what's real. Trying to trust that the doctors know what they're doing. Trying to believe that once the tumor is gone, I'll be myself again, if I ever really knew who that was. If you're reading this and you're experiencing anything similar, memory loss, lost time, finding things you don't remember creating, please see a doctor. Don't do what I did and let it go on for months. Get help immediately, because you might have a tumor, or you might have someone breaking into your home every night, or both, and you won't know which until it's too late. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a job monitoring deep earth frequencies in a remote station, but the sounds from below are starting to call my name. I am writing this from a diner off Interstate 80. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely hold the pen, and I keep spilling the coffee on the table. The waitress looks at me like I'm a junkie, but I don't care. I haven't slept in 4 days. Every time I close my eyes, I hear the static. I hear the scratching. I hear the voice that sounds like mine, but deeper, wetter, like it's coming through a throat filled with mud. I need to get this down on paper. I need to leave a record, because I think I'm going to die tonight, or worse, I'm going to go back there. It started because I was desperate. That's how all these stories start, isn't it? Nobody takes a job in the middle of nowhere for minimum wage unless they have no other choice. I had lost my job at the factory. My girlfriend had kicked me out, and I was living in my 2004 Toyota Corolla. I was scrolling through job boards on my phone, using the free Wi-Fi at a library, when I saw it. Position, seismic monitor. Location, Outpost 4, Blackwood Ridge. Duties, monitor automated systems, log frequency data, maintain equipment. Pay, $2,000 a week. Cash, $2,000 a week. For sitting in a room and watching the computer screen. It sounded too good to be true. I called the number. A man answered on the first ring. His voice was dry, cracking like stepping on autumn leaves. "Can you handle silence?" he asked. "No hello? No company name?" "Yes," I said. "Can you stay awake for 12 hours at a time?" "Yes." "Do you have family who will miss you if you are out of cell service for a month?" "No." "Be at the trailhead of Blackwood Ridge at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Don't bring a phone, don't bring a computer. Analog only. We provide the rest." I should have said no. I should have hung up. But I looked at my bank account balance, 12.45, and I said yes. I met the man the next morning. He was driving a black Jeep with no license plates. He was old, maybe 70, with skin that looked like leather and eyes that didn't blink enough. He handed me a duffel bag and a set of keys. "The hike is 4 miles up," he said, pointing to a narrow dirt path disappearing into the dense pine forest. "The station is at the top. It's a concrete bunker. You can't miss it. There is a manual on the desk. Follow the instructions exactly. Do not deviate. I will come back in 30 days with your money." "Wait," I said. "What exactly am I monitoring? Earthquakes?" He looked at me, and for a second I saw genuine fear in his eyes. "We are listening to the tectonic plates," he said, "to make sure they don't shift. Just listen to the needles, kid. If they go into the red, you press the button. That's it." He drove away before I could ask what the button did. I hiked up. The woods were quiet. Too quiet. No birds, no crickets, just the sound of my boots on the dry earth and the wind hissing through the pine needles. The station was ugly. It was a gray concrete block half buried in the side of the mountain. It looked like a World War II bunker. There was a heavy steel door with a wheel lock like a submarine. I unlocked it and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It smelled of ozone, old copper, and stale coffee. The room was one large space. In the center, there was a massive console of equipment that looked like it was from the 1970s. Oscilloscopes with glowing green lines, reel-to-reel tape decks, and a wall of speakers. In the corner, there was a cot and a small kitchenette with a stack of canned beans and a manual can opener. But the most disturbing thing was the hole. In the back of the room, behind a thick pane of plexiglass, there was a hole in the floor. It was a borehole, maybe 3 feet wide, going straight down into the earth. There were cables running down into it, thick black cables that pulsed slightly as if liquid was being pumped through them. I settled in. The first 3 days were boring. I read the manual. It was simple. Protocol: wear the headphones at all times during your shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. Record the frequency levels every hour. If the frequency drops below 10 hertz, turn up the gain. If the frequency rises above 150 hertz, initiate the dampening sequence. Never speak into the microphone unless instructed. I sat at the desk. I put on the heavy padded headphones. The sound of the earth is boring. It's just a low hum. Like a refrigerator running in the next room. Occasionally, there would be a pop or a crackle, which the manual said was rock settling deep underground. I wrote down the numbers. 40 hertz, 42 hertz, 39 hertz. It was easy money. On the 4th night, the rhythm changed. It was 2 a.m. The wind was howling outside, shaking the heavy steel door. I was eating cold beans from the can. I looked at the oscilloscope. The green line wasn't a flat wave anymore. It was spiking. Thump, thump, thump. It looked like a heartbeat. I adjusted the volume on the headphones. Thump, thump. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a hammer hitting a mattress wrapped in 10 layers of blankets. It was deep, so deep I felt it in my chest more than I heard it in my ears. I checked the frequency. 12 hertz. It was getting low. I followed the rules. I reached for the knob labeled gain and turned it up. The sound got louder. Thump, thump. And then, in the space between the thumps, I heard something else. Scritch, scratch. It sounded like fingernails on chalkboard or claws on stone. It was coming from the microphone deep in the hole. I leaned closer to the monitor. Just rocks, I whispered to myself. Just rocks sliding against rocks. Then a voice spoke in my ear. Hungry. I ripped the headphones off and threw them on the desk. I spun around, grabbing the flashlight. "Who's there?" I shouted. The concrete room echoed. "Who is it?" Silence. Just the hum of the machines. I checked the door. It was locked from the inside. I checked the plexiglass shield around the hole. It was intact. I told myself I was hallucinating. Isolation psychosis. It happens. I put the headphones back on, leaving one ear uncovered. The scratching was gone. The heartbeat was gone. The line was flat again. I didn't sleep that day. I lay on the cot, staring at the ceiling, listening to the wind. On the 7th night, the equipment started moving on its own. I was sitting at the desk, fighting to keep my eyes open. I had drunk 3 cups of terrible instant coffee. Suddenly, the reel-to-reel tape deck spun to life. Whoa! The tape started spinning fast. The needles on the VU meters slammed into the red. I hadn't touched anything. I grabbed the manual. There was nothing about this. I put the headphones on. The sound was screaming, not a human scream. It was electronic screaming, feedback, static, white noise. But underneath it, there was a pattern. Short, long, short, short, long, short, Morse code. No, it was too rhythmic. It was breathing, inhale, static, exhale, scream. I reached to turn the volume down, but the knob wouldn't turn. It was stuck. Then the red phone on the wall rang. I jumped so hard I knocked my chair over. There was a red rotary phone mounted near the door. The manual didn't mention it. I didn't even know it was connected to anything. Ring, ring, ring. It was a loud mechanical bell. I walked over to it slowly. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I picked up the receiver. "Hello?" "Don't listen to it," a voice said. It was the old man who hired me, but he sounded different, terrified. "Arthur, tell me you aren't listening to it." "The tape deck started on its own," I yelled. "What is happening? What is down there?" "It's waking up," the old man whispered. "We miscalculated. The dampeners aren't holding. Arthur, listen to me carefully. There is a breaker switch in the kitchenette, behind the fridge. You need to kill the power to the audio system. Do it now." "Why?" "Because it learns," he screamed. "It learns frequencies. If you let it listen to the room, it will learn your voice. And once it has your voice, it can open the door." The line went dead. I dropped the phone. "It will learn your voice." I looked at a console. The tape reels were still spinning. The needles were bouncing. And then, coming through the speakers on the wall, not the headphones, the main speakers, I heard a sound. "Hello?" It was my voice. It was the recording of me answering the phone 10 seconds ago. "Hello? What is happening? What is down there?" The machine was playing my voice back to me. But then it changed. The pitch shifted down. It became deeper, gravelly. "What is down there, Arthur?" It said my name. I hadn't said my name. I scrambled to the kitchenette. I shoved the heavy refrigerator aside. There was a gray metal panel on the wall. I ripped it open. There was a single large switch labeled Audio Mains. I grabbed it and yanked it down. Clunk! The lights in the station flickered. The tape deck slowed down. Woo! Click. The speakers went silent. The room was dead quiet. I stood there, panting, sweating. I was safe. I had killed the power. Then, from the hole in the back of the room behind the plexiglass, I heard a sound. Knock, knock, knock. 3 distinct knocks on the glass from the inside. I shined my flashlight at the hole. The borehole was dark, but on the inside of the plexiglass there was condensation, and in the condensation something had drawn a shape, a smiley face. I backed away. No, that's impossible. It's a sealed shaft. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. The glass vibrated. I grabbed my jacket. I grabbed the keys. I was leaving. To hell with the money. To hell with the old man. I ran to the steel door. I grabbed the wheel lock and turned it. It wouldn't move. I spun it the other way. Stuck. I threw my weight against it. It felt like it was welded shut. Then I saw the keypad. I hadn't noticed it before. A digital keypad next to the door. The screen was lit up red. Lockdown initiated. Containment breach. Open, I screamed, banging on the steel. Let me out. From the speakers, which should have been dead, a voice crackled. Let me out. It was mocking me. I looked at the console. The power switch I had pulled. It was physically pushed back up into the on position. I hadn't touched it. The tape reel started spinning again. I ran to the corner of the room, grabbing the heavy metal can opener as a weapon. I huddled on the cot. What do you want? I whispered. The speakers crackled. Arthur, hungry. I spent the next 3 days in that corner. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I just watched the hole. Every hour the sounds got worse. First it was scratching, then it was screaming, then it was singing. It sang nursery rhymes. Mary had a little lamb, but the voice was distorted, like a choir of drowning children. Then, on the 10th night, the visual feed turned on. There was a small green monitor on the console labeled Bore Cam. I had never looked at it because the manual said the camera was broken. It flickered to life. The image was grainy, black and white. It showed the rock walls of the shaft, deep underground. The camera was moving. It was being pulled up. I watched, paralyzed. The camera passed layers of rock, granite, shale. Then it passed something else, flesh. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. They were lined with a thick gray material that looked like skin. Veins throbbed in the rock. The camera kept coming up. 500 feet, 400 feet. It passed a nest. Carved into the side of the rock wall was a cavity, and inside the cavity were things that looked like eggs. Translucent, gelatinous sacs the size of beach balls. Inside them, dark shapes writhed. The camera kept coming. 200 feet, 100 feet. I could hear the physical sound now, not through the speakers, through the air. Slithering, wet, heavy, sliding sounds coming from the shaft. I looked at the plexiglass. It was fogging up. Heat was radiating from the hole. The camera feed reached the top. On the screen, I saw the underside of the plexiglass cover. And then I saw a face. It pressed against the camera lens. It didn't have eyes. It had holes. Dozens of small, perfectly round holes where a face should be. And they were all opening and closing, whistling. It was made of holes. And then the plexiglass cracked. Crack. A spiderweb fracture appeared in the center of the shield. I knew I had seconds. I looked around the room. The door was sealed. The phone was dead. The ventilation ducked. Above the kitchenette there was a square vent. It was small, maybe 18 inches wide, but I was skinny. I dragged the table over. I climbed up. I used the can opener to unscrew the bolts. My fingers were bleeding. Crash! The plexiglass shattered. The sound of the explosion deafened me. A smell filled the room. Sulfur, rot, and old blood. I pulled the vent cover off. I squeezed my head and shoulders in. Behind me, I heard the thing pull itself out of the hole. Squelch, thud. It sounded heavy, wet. "Arthur," it hissed. It wasn't coming from the speakers. It was in the room. "Where are you going?" I kicked my legs, shoving myself deeper into the duct. It was tight. The metal pressed against my chest. I couldn't breathe. I crawled. I crawled through the dark, dusty metal tube. I heard the creature tearing the room apart. I heard the metal console being ripped from the floor. I heard the cot being smashed. Then I heard it sniffing. Sniff, sniff. It was sniffing the air, tracking me. I heard a heavy thud against the wall below the vent. It knew where I was. I crawled faster. The duct went up at an angle. I pushed with my toes, scraping my skin raw. Screech! Metal tearing. It was peeling the vent open from the wall. I scrambled up, turning a corner in the ductwork. I saw moonlight ahead, a grate leading to the outside. I kicked the grate. It flew off. I fell out onto the dirt, rolling down the hill. The cool night air hit my face. I stood up and ran. I ran down the mountain trail in the dark. I fell over roots, smashed my face on branches, twisted my ankle. I didn't stop. Behind me, from the concrete bunker, I heard a sound that will haunt me forever. It wasn't a roar. It was a broadcast. The creature was projecting a sound so loud it shook the trees. It was the sound of a baby crying. Then the sound of a woman screaming for help. Then the sound of my own voice amplified 1,000 times. "Help me! Please, God, help me!" It was baiting me, trying to get me to turn around. I reached my car. I fumbled with the keys. I got inside and locked the doors. The engine sputtered, then started. I drove down that mountain road at 80 miles an hour. I almost went off the cliff 3 times. I drove until I hit the highway. I drove until the sun came up. I'm at the diner now. I tried to call the number of the man who hired me. The line is dead. I looked up the location on Google Maps. There is no Outpost 4. There is no Blackwood Ridge. The area is marked as a geological exclusion zone, danger, unstable soil. But here is the part that makes me shake. Here is why I am writing this. My hearing hasn't come back to normal. Everything sounds muffled. But 5 minutes ago, the jukebox in the diner started playing a song. It was an old country song. But halfway through, the lyrics changed. The singer's voice warped. It dropped in pitch. "Arthur," the jukebox sang, "I can taste you." The waitress didn't notice. The trucker in the corner didn't notice. Only I heard it. And now my phone is vibrating. I don't have the old man's number saved. It's coming up as unknown, but I know who it is. It's not the old man. I can hear the breathing through the phone before I even answer it. It's the frequency. It traveled with me. It's in the network now. I'm going to go to the bathroom and smash my phone. Then I'm going to steal a car that doesn't have a radio. If you read this, stay away from the mountains. Stay away from the quiet places. And if you hear a humming sound coming from the ground, run. Don't listen to it. don't try to find where it's coming from, because once it learns your name, it never stops calling. The waitress is walking over to me. She looks confused. "Sir?" she asks. "Your nose is bleeding." I wipe my face. My hand comes away red. "And, sir," she says, pointing to my coffee cup, "your coffee is vibrating." I look down. Ripples are forming in the black liquid. Thump, thump, thump. It's here. It traveled through the ground. I have to go. God help me. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling, very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered, "not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit, but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed." "Metaphorically," Miller said quickly. "They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold." My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones, I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 F. It was spiking fast. "Miller," I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed a coolant kit and a keycard. "Fine, I'll do it myself." I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. "Hello? Is someone there?" The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. "It's a glitch," I whispered. "Some hacker put a joke in the code." I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. "Did you go to Sector 4?" he asked. "Yeah, Rack 409B. Did you read the screen?" "Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch." Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. "It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data." "What do you mean?" "I told you it was archival," Miller whispered. "But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records." "Then what is it?" Miller pointed to the floor. "It's consciousness. Simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people. Dying people. Rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here." I laughed nervously. "That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me." "Is it?" Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. "Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem." "What problem?" "The hardware," Miller said. "It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming." I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. "Control. Help me." It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. "Miller, where are you? You didn't show up." "I'm in the stack." The voice glitched. "I wanted to see. I plugged in." "Miller, you're not making sense." "Sector 4, the voice shrieked. "Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug." The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, "Let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me." I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. "It's beautiful in here," the text on the screen read. "And it is hell." "Miller?" I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. "We are hungry." The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us!" The screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel, filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. "Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind." I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces. Ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces. Young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overwriting me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Holloway house tenant. The ad was too good to be true. Charming fixer-upper room available immediately. Very low rent. Utilities included. Serious inquiries only. Cash preferred. Below it, a grainy photo showed a 2-story Victorian house, paint peeling like sunburnt skin, but with a certain skeletal dignity. It was the very low rent that hooked me. After losing my job at the graphic design firm and burning through my meager savings on a leaky studio apartment downtown, desperation had eroded my common sense. The landlord, a gaunt man named Mr. Armitage, who smelled faintly of mothballs and damp earth, showed me the place on a Tuesday afternoon thick with the promise of rain. He didn't offer a lease, just a handshake and a key taped to a crumpled receipt for $150 cash. Rules are simple, he'd rasped, his eyes avoiding mine as he jingled a heavy ring of keys. You stay in your room, the front left on the second floor. Kitchen shared, but you'll likely have it to yourself. The rest of the house, well, it's not safe. Floors are rotten in places. Stairs to the 3rd floor are completely shot. Don't go poking around. Place has history, bad history. But the room's sound, dry. You'll be fine. He'd paused at the base of the stairs, his shadow stretching long and distorted in the weak light filtering through the grimy front window. Just keep to yourself. And if you hear things, well, old houses settle. Pipes groan, rats scratch, pay it no mind. He'd vanished into the street fog before I could ask what kind of bad history a house could have. Moving in that evening felt like stepping into a sepia photograph. The air inside was cold, thick, and carried the pervasive scent of mildew, dry rot, and something else. A faint, metallic tang, like old pennies left in a damp drawer. Dust motes danced in the beams of my phone flashlight as I dragged my single suitcase up the narrow, creaking staircase. The banister was loose in places, groaning under my grip. My room was exactly as shown in the blurry photo, a small space dominated by a brass bed frame with a thin, lumpy mattress, faded floral wallpaper curled away from the damp plaster walls in long, sad ribbons. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows that made the corners seem deeper, darker. The window, covered by threadbare velvet curtains, looked out onto a tangled, overgrown backyard choked with skeletal bushes and the hulking silhouette of a dead oak tree. The only other furniture was a wobbly wooden chair and a small dresser missing one drawer pull. It was bleak. It was cheap. It was mine. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The old house creaked and popped like cooling slag as the temperature dropped outside. The wind, picking up as the promised rain began to patter against the window pane, whistled faintly through unseen gaps around the window frame. I lay rigid on the mattress, the thin blanket pulled up to my chin, listening. There were scuttling noises inside the walls. Mice, I told myself firmly, just mice. The radiator beneath the window, though cold to the touch, emitted a low, rhythmic clanking, like distant, slow footsteps pacing a hallway. Thump! Clank! Thump! Clank! It was unnerving, but explicable. Old pipes. Settling wood. I replayed Mr. Armitage's words. Old houses settle. Pipes groan. Rats scratch. I repeated it like a mantra until exhaustion finally dragged me into a fitful sleep, punctuated by dreams of falling through rotten floorboards. The next day, The silence was almost worse. The house felt watchful. Sunlight struggled through the grimy window, illuminating dust swirling in the still air. I ventured downstairs to use the kitchen, a cramped, outdated space with cracked linoleum and a sink stained rust brown. The silence there was profound, broken only by the drip of a leaky faucet. I made tea on a small hot plate I'd brought, the hiss of the burner unnaturally loud. As I sipped, I noticed something on the floor near the back door, a single muddy footprint. It was large, booted, and definitely not mine. My sneakers were clean. I stared at it, a cold prickle starting at the base of my spine. Mr. Armitage lived miles away, he'd said. Who else had keys? I checked the deadbolt on the back door. It was firmly locked from the inside. The front door, when I peered down the hall, was also locked. I scrubbed the footprint away with a rag, my hands trembling slightly. It was already here when I arrived. Armitage must have tracked it in yesterday. The explanation felt flimsy, but it was all I had. That afternoon, trying to make the room feel less like a tomb, I unpacked my few books and placed them on the dresser. I also set out a small framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. Later, after a trip to the corner store for groceries, I found the photo lying face down on the floor. I was certain I'd left it upright. I righted it, my mouth dry. Draft? I checked the window. It was latched shut. The heavy velvet curtains hung perfectly still. I spent the rest of the day exploring the immediate vicinity of the house, trying to shake the unease. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older homes in varying states of repair. An elderly woman tending roses next door eyed me cautiously when I waved. "You're the new tenant at the Holloway place?" she asked, her voice raspy. I nodded. "Be careful in there, dear," she said, lowering her voice. "That house, it doesn't like strangers. Bad things happened there, long time ago, but the air never cleared." Before I could ask what she meant, she'd retreated inside her own immaculate cottage, closing the door firmly. Night 2 began like the first, but the sounds were different. The settling groans were fewer. Instead, a new sound emerged from the hallway outside my locked room. A slow, deliberate dragging. Like something heavy being pulled across the bare wooden floorboards. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. It started near the top of the stairs and moved slowly down the hall towards my door. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The dragging stopped right outside my door. Silence. Thick, heavy silence. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping on the wood just below the knob. Not knocking, tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Like fingernails or claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blanket over my head, trembling. It's the wind in the eaves, its branches on the window. But the window was silent. The tapping continued for a full minute before stopping abruptly. The dragging sound resumed, moving slowly back down the hall and down the stairs. I didn't sleep. I sat hunched on the edge of the bed, back pressed against the cold wall, a kitchen knife clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the door until the gray light of dawn seeped around the curtains. Day 3 was a blur of exhaustion and heightened paranoia. I called Mr. Armitage repeatedly. No answer. His number just rang and rang, clicking over to a static-filled voicemail. I considered packing and leaving, but the thought of where I'd go, A shelter, maybe, or sleeping in my ancient Honda Civic, paralyzed me. $150 a month was impossible to find anywhere else in this city. I rationalized the sounds. Old houses were noisy. Footprints could be from previous tenants or Armitage himself. The photo falling, a draft I couldn't feel, the dragging and tapping, pipes, wind, imagination fueled by the old woman's warning. I needed proof it was just my fraying nerves. That afternoon, I did something stupid. I went downstairs and rummaged in the kitchen junk drawer till I found a stub of pencil and a torn piece of brown paper bag. I wedged the paper tightly under my bedroom door, the pencil balanced precariously on top of it like a crude alarm. If the door opened even a fraction, the pencil would fall, waking me. A child's trick, but it was all I had. The night was still, no dragging, no tapping, just the familiar creaks and the persistent drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet I hadn't been able to fully silence. I almost relaxed. Almost. Then, around 3 a.m., the dripping stopped. The sudden silence was louder than the noise. I lay frozen, listening. A new sound began. From the inside of my room, a soft, wet, slithering sound, like something heavy and moist being pulled slowly across the floorboards. It came from the direction of the closet, a small, shallow space with no door, just a curtain of cobwebs. The slithering stopped near the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes strained in the near-total darkness. Then a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A low, guttural whisper, so close it seemed to brush against my ear. It wasn't words, not exactly. It was a wet, bubbling exhalation that shaped syllables with a wet, rattling tongue. Stay. It lingered on the word, thick with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Warm. Another wet pause. Warm. The slithering sound resumed, moving slowly around the side of the bed, towards the headboard, where I lay paralyzed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if an immense, unseen weight had settled on the edge near my pillow. The smell hit me then, the metallic tang from the hallway, now overwhelming, mixed with the reek of stagnant water and decay, like something dredged from a deep, muddy river. It filled my nostrils, thick and cloying. A cold, damp pressure brushed against my ankle beneath the blanket. I choked back a sob, biting my lip until I tasted copper. The whisper came again, directly above me now, the breath hitting my cheek like a fetid breeze. Don't go. It sighed, a sound of profound, possessive longing. Mine, now. The cold pressure slid up my calf. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my temples into my hair. It's not real. It's a nightmare. Wake up, wake up. But the cold, wet touch was undeniably real on my skin. The smell choked me. The whisper vibrated in my bones. With a sob tearing from my throat, I lashed out blindly with the knife I still clutched, swinging it wildly toward the source of the breath. My arm met only empty air. The pressure vanished instantly. The smell dissipated as if a window had been thrown open. The slithering sound retreated rapidly back towards the closet, then faded into silence. I lay there shaking violently, the knife still raised, gasping for clean air. Dawn came slowly, gray and unwelcome. I didn't check the closet. I didn't move from the bed till the light was strong enough to banish the deepest shadows. The pencil alarm was still perfectly balanced on the paper wedge under my door, undisturbed. No one had come in. It was already here. I spent the day in a daze, jumping at every creak. I tried Mr. Armitage again, straight to voicemail. I went to the neighbor's house, pounding on the door. No answer. The little cottage was locked up tight, curtains drawn. Panic, cold and sharp, began to override my fear. I packed my suitcase frantically, throwing clothes in haphazardly. I had to leave now. As I zipped the bag, I noticed the framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. It was facing the wall again. I hadn't touched it. I snatched it up, stuffing it into my bag, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I grabbed my keys, the knife still clutched in my other hand, and fled the room. The hallway outside was dim, the only light coming from the grimy window at the end of the hall. The air was colder here, smelling faintly of dust, and that underlying metallic tang. I hurried towards the stairs, my suitcase banging against my leg. Halfway down the first flight, I stopped dead. At the bottom of the stairs, sitting on the bottom step, was a pair of muddy boots. Large work boots, crusted with dark, wet earth. They were arranged neatly, toes pointing towards the front door, as if someone had just taken them off. They hadn't been there yesterday, or this morning. My breath hitched. I looked up the stairs behind me. Nothing but shadowed gloom leading to the second floor. I looked down at the boots. The earth on them looked fresh, glistening slightly in the weak light. Where had they come from? Who were they for? The rational part of my brain screamed, "Run!" But a deeper, colder part, the part that had heard the wet whisper in the dark, rooted me to the spot. The house held its breath. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet, echoing up the stairwell like a slow, steady heartbeat. I forced my legs to move, stepping carefully around the boots, my eyes never leaving them. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The front door was 10 feet away. Freedom. I could see the weak daylight through the beveled glass pane. I took another step, then another. My hand reached for the cold brass knob. As my fingers brushed the metal, a sound stopped me cold. Not from behind, not from above, from inside, the wall beside me. A slow, wet scratching. Not mice. Deliberate, methodical. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Like fingernails, long broken fingernails, dragging slowly down the inside of the plaster. It moved downwards parallel to my own descent, stopping just as my hand closed on the doorknob. Silence. Then a soft, wet thump against the other side of the wall panel, right at head height, as if something heavy had leaned against it, waiting, breathing. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the rickety porch, suitcase banging against my shin. I didn't look back. I ran down the overgrown path to the street, gravel crunching under my sneakers, the knife still gripped white-knuckled in my hand. I didn't stop running until I reached the bright, noisy intersection 3 blocks away, gasping for air under the harsh glare of a streetlight. I called a cab from a bodega, my voice trembling, as I gave the driver an address for a 24-hour diner downtown. As the cab pulled away, I looked back at the Holloway house. It stood dark and silent against the twilight sky, its windows like empty, watching eyes. On the second floor, in the window of my room, the heavy velvet curtains were slightly parted, just a fraction, as if someone or something had been standing there watching me flee. The cab turned a corner and the house vanished from view. I sat back, trembling, the cheap plastic seat cold beneath me. I was safe. For now. But as the city lights blurred past the window, the wet, bubbling whisper echoed in the hollow silence of the cab. Mine? Now. I clutched the knife tighter, the metal cold against my palm. The $150 rent was a bargain. The cost of staying was unthinkable. But as the cab carried me away, a single horrifying thought cut through the relief. I'd left the key on the kitchen counter, and something in that house knew where I lived. It knew my warmth. It knew I'd be back, because where else did I have to go? The whisper wasn't just in the dark anymore. It was inside my head. And the dragging sound, I could almost hear it again. Faint, but persistent, keeping time with the rhythmic thump of the cab's tires on the pavement. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Following me, always following. I'm not alone. I haven't been since I turned the key in that rusted lock. It's not just the house that's hollow. It's waiting. And it's patient. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The dead frequency of station K109. I am writing this on a typewriter because I can no longer trust anything with a screen. If you see a digital clock flicker, if your phone buzzes but no one is calling, if the radio in your car turns on by itself, run. Do not investigate. Do not try to tune it in. Just run until you find silence. My name is Elias. I was a radio enthusiast, a ham operator, the kind of guy who spent his weekends building antennas in his backyard and listening to static from across the ocean. I love the noise. I love the idea that the air around us is filled with invisible voices just waiting to be caught. I found the job on a forum for vintage electronics. A user named Signal Master posted a request for a caretaker for an old AM radio station in the Mojave Desert. Station K109, night shift engineer, maintain transmitter, log signal strength, 3,000 month, cash, isolation required. It was perfect for me. I needed the money and I wanted to get away from the city, from the noise of modern life. I drove out to the coordinates. It was miles from civilization, a small concrete building at the base of a massive rusted radio tower that stretched hundreds of feet into the desert sky. The tower hummed. You could feel it in your teeth when you got close. The previous engineer was waiting for me. He was a thin, twitchy man named Ornate. He had dark circles under his eyes and chewed his fingernails until they bled. "It's automated," Ornate said, shoving a ring of keys into my hand. "The playlist is on a loop. Old jazz, big band, stuff nobody listens to. Your job is to keep the transmitter cool. Check the gauges. If the needle goes into the red, flip the breaker. That's it." "Why do you need a person here if it's automated?" I asked. Ornate looked at the tower. "Because sometimes it drifts. The signal drifts. You have to bring it back." "Drifts to where?" He didn't answer. He got in his truck and sped off, leaving a cloud of dust that hung in the still air. I settled in. The station was a time capsule. Reel-to-reel tape decks, vacuum tube amplifiers, a smell of ozone and old dust. The only modern thing was a small mini-fridge in the corner. The first week was peaceful. I sat in the control booth, watching the VU meters bounce to the rhythm of Duke Ellington and Benny Goodman. I read books. I drank coffee. I watched the sun set over the dunes. But on the 8th night, the drift started. It was 2:00 a.m. The station was playing a slow, mournful trumpet solo. Suddenly, the music warped. It slowed down, the pitch dropping until it sounded like a dying cow. Woo! Then static. white noise that sounded like screaming. I looked at the frequency dial. It had moved. We were supposed to be at 1090 a.m. The needle was drifting down 1080, 1070, 1060. I grabbed the manual tuning knob. It was hot to the touch. I tried to turn it back, but it fought me. It felt like someone was holding it from the other side. "Come on," I grunted, twisting hard. The static cleared, but it wasn't jazz. A voice cut through the speakers, a voice that sounded wet, gargled, like someone speaking with a throat full of water. "Is anyone listening?" I froze. This was a broadcast frequency. It shouldn't be picking up two-way traffic. I grabbed the microphone. "This is station K109. You are interrupting a broadcast. Identify yourself." Silence. Then a laugh, a dry, crackling laugh. "Elias, you have pretty eyes." I dropped the mic. It hit the desk with a thud. How did they know my name? I hadn't told anyone I was here except the forum user, and I used a pseudonym online. I wrestled the tuning knob back to 1090. The jazz returned, upbeat and cheerful, mocking my fear. I checked the transmitter logs. There was no record of the interruption. According to the machine, the jazz had been playing the whole time. I told myself it was interference. A trucker with a powerful CB radio messing with me. The next night, it got worse. I was doing my rounds, checking the massive cooling fans in the transmitter room. The hum of the tower was louder tonight. It felt heavy, pressing on my chest. As I walked past the main capacitor bank, I heard tapping. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from inside the metal casing of the transmitter. I stopped. "Hello?" Tap, tap, tap. It was rhythmic, intelligent. I put my ear against the warm metal. "Let us out," a chorus of whispers said. It sounded like hundreds of people whispering in unison. "It burns! The wire burns!" I jumped back. Then the lights in the room flickered and died. The only light came from the glowing orange vacuum tubes inside the transmitter. In that dim orange light, I saw shadows moving, not on the walls, inside the tubes. The vacuum tubes were glass cylinders the size of milk jugs. Inside, filaments glowed to amplify the signal. But inside tube 4, something was crawling. A black, shadowy shape, pressing its hands against the glass from the inside. It had a face of pure anguish, mouth open in a silent scream. I ran back to the control booth and locked the door. I grabbed the station phone to call the owner. "Signal, master." The line was dead. No dial tone, just the sound of wind. Then the wind stopped, and a voice spoke. "Don't leave, Elias. The broadcast is just starting." I slammed the phone down. I sat in the chair, staring at the glass window that looked out into the desert. It was pitch black outside. Then the on-air light turned on. I hadn't touched the console. The music stopped. A voice came over the studio monitors. It was my voice. "Welcome back to the midnight hour," the voice said. "Tonight, we have a special request for Elias. A song from the other side." Then a sound began to play. It wasn't music. It was the sound of digging. Shovels hitting dirt, crunch, scrape. Then the sound of wood splintering. A coffin lid breaking. Then heavy breathing. I covered my ears. "Stop it! Stop it!" I reached for the master brake to kill the power. My hand stopped inches from the switch. Pain. White-hot pain shot through my arm. I looked down. My veins. The veins in my arm were glowing orange, like the vacuum tubes. I could feel the electricity surging through me. I was becoming part of the circuit. "Do not cut the signal," My own voice said through the speakers. We need the carrier wave. We need to travel. I fell to the floor, convulsing. The pain was unbearable. I could feel voices in my head, memories that weren't mine. I remembered dying in a fire. I remembered drowning in a lake. I remembered being buried alive. They were the voices of the dead, and they were using the radio tower as a bridge. I blacked out. I woke up the next morning on the floor. The sun was shining. The jazz was playing. My arm was burned, a Lichtenberg figure scar tracing down my skin like a lightning strike. I packed my bag. I was leaving. I didn't care about the money. I walked to my car. It wouldn't start. The battery was dead, completely drained. I checked my phone. Dead. I was stranded. I walked back to the station. I had to fix the car or find a radio to call for help. I went to the workshop in the back. I found a spare battery. As I was carrying it to the car, I looked up at the tower. There was something climbing it. A man. He was halfway up, clinging to the metal struts. "Hey!" I yelled. "Get down! It's dangerous!" He stopped. He turned his head 180 degrees like an owl. It was ornate, the previous engineer, but his eyes were gone, burned out sockets, and his mouth was sewn shut with copper wire. He let go of the tower. He fell hundreds of feet. I watched him hit the ground. Thud. I ran over to him. His body shattered on impact, but there was no blood. He was hollow. His skin was just a shell. Inside, he was filled with old radio parts, transistors, wires, capacitors. He was a machine made of meat and junk. And he was still moving. His broken hand reached up and grabbed my ankle. A voice came from his chest, sounding like a broken speaker. "You are the new component. You must maintain the signal." I kicked him off and ran. I ran into the desert. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran away from the tower. I walked for hours. The sun beat down on me. I was dehydrated, delirious. I saw a house in the distance, a small shack. I ran to it. "Help, please!" I burst through the door. It was the control room. I was back at the station. I had walked in a circle. No, I had walked straight. The space around the tower was warped. It was a loop. I collapsed in the chair. The sun went down. The on-air light turned on. "Welcome back, Elias," the voice said. "Tonight, we are going to open the channel wide." The frequency dial began to spin on its own. Fast. A blur. The hum of the tower grew to a deafening roar. The glass of the control booth window shattered. Outside, in the desert, the sand began to vibrate. Shadows rose from the dunes. Thousands of them. The ghosts of the airwaves. They floated toward the station. I knew what they wanted. They wanted a body. They wanted my body. I looked at the console. I couldn't turn it off. They controlled the power. But I saw the microphone cable. It was an XLR cable, thick and shielded. If I couldn't stop the signal, I had to stop the receiver. I grabbed the cable. I wrapped it around the main output transformer. I grounded the positive lead to the negative. A short circuit. I pulled tight. Boom! The console exploded. Sparks showered the room. Fire erupted from the tape decks. The screaming from the speakers turned into a high-pitched shriek of agony. "No!" The tower outside groaned. Metal twisted. I ran out the back door as the building caught fire. The tower was glowing red hot. The metal was melting. It collapsed. It fell in slow motion, crashing into the dunes with the force of a meteor. The silence that followed was the loudest thing I have ever heard. I walked again. This time, the loop was broken. I found a highway by morning. I hitched a ride to the nearest town. I thought I was free, but I am not. I am writing this in a library. The person next to me is listening to music on headphones. I can hear it. Not the music. I can hear the static underneath the music. And in the static, I hear my name, Elias. We are still broadcasting. And my arm, the scar on my arm, is glowing, faintly, orange. I am a receiver now. I can't be around people. If I touch someone, they hear it too. They start to scream. They start to remember deaths they haven't died yet. I am going to the mountains, to a cave, somewhere deep underground where radio waves can't reach. If you hear a song on the radio that slows down, if you hear a voice that sounds like wet gravel, change the station, change it fast, before it changes you. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Echo House. I'm writing this on a typewriter. It is the only way I can write now. The clicking of the keys is loud, mechanical, and immediate. There is no delay. There is no digital processing. I cannot use a computer. I cannot use a smartphone. I cannot use anything that has a microphone or a speaker. If I see a waveform on a screen, I start to hyperventilate. My name is David, and 6 months ago, I was a freelance audio engineer. I edited podcasts, cleaned up dialogue for indie films, and basically spent my life wearing noise-canceling headphones. I lived in a noisy apartment complex in Chicago with thin walls. I hated the noise. I hated the neighbors arguing, the sirens, the garbage trucks. I craved silence. I wanted a place where I could hear my own thoughts. Be careful what you wish for. I found the job listing on a private forum for audio professionals. It wasn't your standard help wanted ad. The subject line was just acoustic maintenance, high pay, NDA required. The body of the post was brief. It asked for someone with a background in sound engineering to house sit a property in the remote woodlands of northern Michigan for 1 month. The pay was $15,000. Cash. I thought it was a scam. It had to be, but my student loans were suffocating me and my rent was going up. I emailed a contact. I got a reply within 10 minutes. A video call link. The man on the screen introduced himself as Dr. Eris Thorne. He looked like he hadn't slept in a decade. His skin was gray, his eyes were sunken, and he sat in a room that was covered in dark acoustic foam wedges. The house is a prototype, Thorne explained. His voice was dry and raspy. I built it to be the quietest place on earth. It is an anechoic chamber on a residential scale. The walls are 3 feet thick, filled with sand and lead. The windows are quadruple-paned vacuum glass. It is designed to trap and eliminate all external vibration. "Why do you need a sitter?" I asked. "Because the house breathes," he said, which I thought was a metaphor. The HVAC systems, the filtration, the structural integrity of the soundproofing, it needs monitoring. I have to go to Europe for a conference. I need someone who understands acoustics to watch the levels, to make sure the seal isn't broken. So I just sit there and make sure it stays quiet. "Yes," Thorne said. He leaned into the camera. "But David, you must understand. True silence is heavy. Most people cannot handle it. The brain creates noise when there is none. You have to be mentally distinct from your environment." I laughed. "Doc, I wear headphones for 12 hours a day. I love silence." He didn't smile. "We will see." I signed the NDA. I packed my bags. I drove 10 hours north, past the suburbs, past the farmland, deep into the dense forests of the Upper Peninsula. The GPS signal died about 20 miles out. I had to use a paper map Thorn had mailed me. The house was invisible until I was right on top of it. It was a brutalist structure, a block of dark concrete and black glass nestled in a valley. The trees around it had been cleared for 50 yards in every direction, replaced by a lawn of soft, mossy ground cover that absorbed footsteps. Thorn met me at the door. In person, he looked even worse. He was twitchy. He kept looking over his shoulder. "Here are the keys," he said, handing me a heavy ring. "Here is the logbook. You check the decibel meters in the basement, the kitchen, and the master bedroom twice a day. They should read 0, or as close to 0 as physics allows." "Got it. There is one rule," he said. He grabbed my arm. His grip was surprisingly strong. "Do not make loud noises. No music, no shouting, no slamming doors. The house is designed to capture sound. If you saturate the dampeners, the pressure builds up." "Okay," I said, pulling my arm away. "I'll be quiet." "If you hear something," he whispered, looking at the black walls of the hallway, "do not listen to it. Distract yourself. Make a small noise like a hum, but do not listen to a house." He got in his car and drove away faster than I expected. I watched his tail lights vanish into the trees. I was alone. I turned around and stepped inside. The heavy steel front door swung shut on oiled hinges. It clicked into place. The silence hit me like a physical slap. It wasn't just quiet, it was a vacuum. In a normal quiet room, you can hear the refrigerator hum, or the wind outside, or the distant traffic. Here, there was nothing. It felt like cotton balls had been stuffed deep into my ear canals. The air felt thick, dead. I walked into the living room. My footsteps on the carpet were swallowed instantly. There was no reverberation, no echo. I spoke out loud just to test it. "Hello," I said. The word left my lips and died immediately. It sounded flat, dull, like I was speaking into a pillow. "Okay," I muttered. "Creepy, but cool." The first 3 days were actually pretty great. I caught up on reading. I wrote in my journal. I checked the meters. They all read 0.0 dB. Absolute silence. But by the 4th day, I started to understand what Thorn meant about the brain creating noise. When the external world is silent, your body becomes deafening. I could hear my heart beating, thump, 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 thump. It sounded like a drum in the room with me. I could hear the wet, squishing sound of my eyes moving in their sockets. I could hear the blood rushing through the veins in my neck. A high-pitched hiss like steam escaping a pipe. It was annoying, but manageable. I was a pro. I knew about psychoacoustics. The real trouble started on the 5th night. I was in the kitchen, making a sandwich. I placed a ceramic plate on the granite counter. I wasn't careful. It made a sharp clack sound. In this house, that clack was like a gunshot. I winced. I stood there, waiting for the sound to fade, but in this house, sounds didn't fade. They were absorbed. It was instant silence again. I turned around to open the fridge. Clack! I froze. The sound came from behind me, from the counter. I turned back slowly. The plate was sitting there, still. Nothing had moved. "Hello?" I whispered. 2 seconds later. "Hello?" It wasn't an echo. An echo is immediate. This was a delay. A distinct, perfect replay of my voice coming from the corner of the ceiling. But it sounded different. It sounded crisper, clearer than my actual voice. It sounded like it had been EQ'd, compressed, and mastered. I laughed, nervously. Okay, weird acoustics, sound bouncing around the vents or something. I waited. The laugh didn't come back. Just the vents, I told myself. I took my sandwich to the living room and turned on the TV. I kept the volume very low, just a whisper. I watched a silent movie. That night, as I lay in the master bedroom in the absolute dark, I heard breathing. It was slow, rhythmic breathing, in, out, in, out. It was coming from directly above my face. I held my breath. The breathing continued. I reached for the lamp and clicked it on. The room was empty. The breathing stopped instantly. "It's my own breathing," I said aloud. "Just a delay. A weird acoustic reflection." I turned the light off. The breathing did not start again. Instead, a voice whispered right in my ear. "It's my own breathing." I scrambled out of bed, heart hammering, and turned the light back on. I slept with the lights on that night, day 7. I was checking the decibel meter in the basement. The basement was a concrete bunker. The walls were lined with black wedges of foam that looked like shark teeth. The meter sat on a pedestal in the center. It read 0.0 dB. I wrote it down in the logbook. As I turned to leave, I heard a sound. Drip. I stopped. I looked at the ceiling. No pipes. Drip. It sounded like water hitting a metal pan. Drip, drip. It was getting faster. I walked toward the sound. It seemed to be coming from the back wall, behind a layer of foam wedges. I reached out and pulled one of the foam triangles loose. Behind it, there was no concrete. There was a metal grate, and behind the grate, a dark, vertical shaft going down into the earth. Drip. "Hello?" I called down the shaft. Silence. I waited for the echo. I waited for the delay. Nothing came back. But then a sound began to rise from the shaft. It wasn't a voice. It was a tone, a low-frequency hum. It was almost below the range of hearing. I felt it in my teeth before I heard it, a vibration rattling my jawbone. I put the foam wedge back and ran upstairs. I locked the basement door. I called Dr. Thorne. His phone went straight to voicemail. "Thorne, it's David," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The house is acting up. I'm hearing delays, long delays, and there's a shaft in the basement. Call me back." I hung up. I sat in the living room. The silence was pressing in on me. I felt like I was underwater. The air pressure felt immense. Then the house started to talk. It wasn't speaking words. It was replaying my week. From the kitchen, I heard the clack of the plate. From the hallway, I heard my footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. From the bathroom, I heard the sound of the shower running. Shh! It was all happening at once. A cacophony of my own life, played back to me. But it was all wrong. The timing was off. The footsteps were too heavy. The plate sound was too sharp. "Stop it!" I yelled. The house went silent instantly. Then from every corner of the room, from the walls, from the floor, a chorus of my own voice screamed back at me, "Stop it!" The volume was 10 times louder than I had yelled. It shook the windows. It made my ears pop. I grabbed my coat. I was leaving. To hell with the money. To hell with the contract. I ran to the front door. I grabbed the handle. It wouldn't move. It wasn't locked. It felt like it was held shut by suction. A massive vacuum. Pressure, sealing it tight. I pulled with both hands, bracing my foot against the wall. I screamed with effort, "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" The house chanted in a loop, layering my voice over and over until it sounded like a demonic choir. I gave up on the door. I ran to the back sliding glass door. It was triple-paned, bulletproof glass. I tried to slide it. Stuck. I picked up a heavy cast-iron sculpture from the side table and smashed it against the glass. Bang! The glass didn't even scratch. The sound of the impact was incredibly loud, and the house loved it. Bang, bang, bang. The echo repeated, louder each time. The floorboards vibrated. I covered my ears and ran to the center of the house, to the hallway, trying to get away from the noise I had created. The noise stopped. I stood there, panting, sweating. My hands were shaking. I needed to calm down. Thorne said if I saturated the dampeners, pressure builds up. I was feeding it. I was feeding the house with noise. Quiet, I whispered to myself. Be quiet. I sat on the floor in the hallway. I closed my eyes. I focused on my breathing. Slow, steady. An hour passed. The silence returned. The heavy, cotton wool silence. I opened my eyes. Standing at the end of the hallway was a man. He was facing away from me. He was wearing clothes that looked like mine. Jeans, a flannel shirt. "Who are you?" I whispered. The man didn't turn around, but he spoke. "Who are you?" It was my voice, but it wasn't coming from his mouth. It was coming from his entire body, vibrating off him like he was a speaker cone. He took a step forward. Thump! The sound of the footstep was delayed. He stepped, and 2 seconds later, the sound happened. He took another step. Thump! He was walking backward, toward me. I scrambled back, crab-walking away. Get away from me! The figure stopped. It slowly turned its head. It didn't have a face. Where the face should be, there was just acoustic foam. Black, jagged wedges of foam growing out of the skin, forming a pyramid pattern where eyes and a mouth should be. The foam face shifted, the wedges grinded together. A sound came from it, not a voice. It was the sound of the plate breaking, crack. Then the sound of the shower, shh. Then the sound of me sleeping, in, out. It was a compilation of me. I stood up and ran. I ran up the stairs to the second floor. I ran into the guest bedroom and slammed the door. I locked it. I pushed the bed against the door. I huddled in the corner. It's not real, I chanted. It's hallucination, sensory deprivation. Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite knocks on the bedroom door. I didn't answer. Knock, knock, knock. Louder this time. Then a voice came through the door. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't Thorne's. It was a woman's voice. Soft, melodic. "David, are you in there?" I froze. "Mom?" "My mother lives in Florida. She has never been to Michigan." "David, open the door. It's too loud out here. Let me in." "You're not my mother," I sobbed. "David." The voice changed. It became deep, guttural. "Open the door." The door handle jiggled. Then the door bowed inward. The wood creaked. I looked at the window. It was sealed glass. I couldn't break it. I looked at the vent in the ceiling. The HVAC returned. It was large enough for a person. I dragged the desk under the vent. I stood on it. I used my keys to unscrew the grate. My hands were shaking so bad I dropped the keys twice. Bang! The bedroom door splintered. A black, foam-covered hand reached through the hole, groping for the lock. I got the grate off. I pulled myself up into the ductwork. It was tight, dark. It smelled of dust and old metal. I crawled. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get away from that room. Behind me, I heard the bedroom door smash open. Then I heard the sound of me crawling, scrape, shuffle. But it was coming from behind me. It was following me into the vents. "David," the house whispered from the metal walls. "We are still recording." I crawled faster. The metal cut my knees. I was sobbing quietly. I saw a light ahead. A grate looking down into a room I hadn't seen before. I crawled to it and looked down. It was a room lined entirely with copper, no foam, just shining copper plates on the walls, floor, and ceiling. In the center of the room sat a chair, and in the chair sat a man. It was Dr. Thorne. He was strapped to the chair. He looked dead. I kicked the grate. It gave way. I fell into the room, landing hard on the copper floor. Clang! The sound was deafening. The copper amplified it. It rang like a massive bell. I rolled over, clutching my ears. I looked at Thorne. He wasn't dead. His eyes opened. They were gone. His eyes were gone. His ears were gone. They had been surgically removed. His mouth was sewn shut. He was vibrating. His entire body was shaking, vibrating with the resonance of the room. On the wall, painted in what looked like blood, were words. The resonance chamber. I stood up. Thorne was trying to scream through his sewn lips. Mmph. Mmph. Then I noticed the wires. Thorne was hooked up to machines. Wires ran from his skull into a bank of servers against the wall. He wasn't the owner. He was the battery. He was the source. The door to the copper room opened. The foam-faced creature stood there. It held a recorder in its hand, an old reel-to-reel tape recorder. It pressed play. A sound came out. It was a frequency, a tone so low and so loud it made my vision blur. It made my stomach churn. I fell to my knees. The creature walked toward me. It placed the recorder on the floor. It leaned down. The foam wedges on its face parted, revealing a dark, endless hole. Record, it whispered. I realized then what this house was. It wasn't keeping sound out. It was harvesting it. It was a collector, and it had run out of sounds from Thorne. It needed new material. It needed my screams. I looked at the server bank, the wires. If I couldn't escape the sound, I had to kill the silence. I grabbed a heavy copper bust from a shelf. The creature lunged at me. I dodged, swinging the bust with everything I had. Not at the creature, at the servers. Crash. Sparks flew. The machines whined and died. Crash. I smashed the reel-to-reel player. The tape spilled out like guts. The creature shrieked. It was a sound of pure digital glitching, a corrupted audio file screaming in agony. Its form flickered. It wasn't solid. It was a standing wave, a construct of sound. As the machines died, the standing wave collapsed. The creature dissolved into thin air, leaving only a pile of black foam wedges on the floor. The humming stopped. Thorne slumped in his chair, dead. The vibration had kept his heart beating. Without it, he was just a corpse. I ran out of the copper room. I ran through the basement. I found the front door. I pushed it. It opened easily. The vacuum seal was broken. I ran into the night. The forest was loud. Crickets, wind, owls. It was the most beautiful noise I had ever heard. I ran until I reached the main road. I flagged down a logging truck. I didn't tell the driver what happened. I just told him my car broke down. I went to the police eventually. I told them about the house, about Thorne. They went to the location I marked on the map. They found nothing, just a concrete foundation in the woods. No house, no copper room, no foam. They told me I must have gotten the coordinates wrong. They told me Dr. Thorne had been reported missing 6 months ago, last seen in Europe. But I know what happened. The house didn't disappear. It moved. It moved to a quieter spot. And I know it's not done with me, because now I can't hear silence anymore. When I'm in a quiet room, I don't hear nothing. I hear the delay. I hear conversations I had yesterday. I hear my own footsteps from an hour ago. And sometimes, when I am trying to sleep, I hear a new Sound. I hear the sound of a typewriter. Click, clack, click. But I don't own a typewriter. I am writing this on a typewriter in the library. But the sound I hear isn't coming from my fingers. It's coming from inside my pillows. And underneath the clicking, if I listen very closely, I can hear a voice made of static and foam. We are still recording, David. Side B is just beginning. I am going to puncture my eardrums now. It is the only way to stop the recording. I have the pencil ready. Goodbye. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The rules of the Blackwood house were simple, but I broke the most important one. I am writing this from a motel room 3 states away. I have changed my name, I have shaved my head, and I bought a car with cash that cannot be traced back to me. I don't know if they are looking for me. I don't know if it can leave the property. But I know that I can never be comfortable in the dark again. If you are reading this and you see an ad for a live-in house sitter in the rural part of Oregon with a payout that seems too good to be true, please, for the love of God, keep scrolling. I was 25, drowning in credit card debt, and fresh out of a bad breakup. I needed to get away, and I needed money. When I found the listing on a niche job board for high-end domestic staff, it felt like a lifeline. House sitter wanted. 30 days, remote location, $10,000 upon completion. Duties, basic maintenance, security presence, pet care, 10 grand for a month of sitting in a house. I applied immediately. The interview was strange. It wasn't at the house. It was at a diner in a town 40 miles away. The owner, Mr. Blackwood, was a man who looked like he was made of old leather and expensive cologne. He wore a suit that cost more than my life, but his fingernails were dirty, not like a mechanic's dirt. It looked like potting soil. He didn't ask me about my experience. He didn't ask for references. He just stared at me with watery gray eyes. "Are you good at following instructions, Mr. Reed?" he asked. His voice was gravelly and low. "Yes, sir," I said. "I'm very detail-oriented." "Good," he said. He slid a thick envelope across the table. "This is half the money up front. $5,000 cash. You get the other half when I return in 30 days. The keys are in there. The address is on the napkin." I opened the envelope. It was full of $100 bills. My heart started racing. "There are rules," Blackwood said. He leaned in closer. "The house is old. It has quirks. If you cannot follow the rules, you leave. But if you leave early, you owe me the $5,000 back. Understood?" "Understood," I said. "What are the rules?" "They are written on the fridge," he said. He stood up. "One last thing. Do not go into the basement. You feed the dog through the chute in the pantry door. You do not open the basement door for any reason. If you hear noises, ignore them. It's an old house. It settles." He left before I could ask what kind of dog lives in a basement. I drove up there the same day. The house was massive. It sat on a ridge overlooking a valley of dense black pine trees. It was a Victorian style, 3 stories high, painted a dark charcoal gray. It looked like a bruise against the sky. The nearest town was an hour away. The nearest neighbor was, well, I never saw a neighbor. I unlocked the front door and stepped in. The air inside was cold, stagnant. It smelled like cedar and something else, something sweet and metallic, like old copper pennies. The furniture was covered in white sheets. It looked like a mausoleum. I went to the kitchen. It was modern, sleek, and stainless steel, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. On the massive double-door fridge, a piece of paper was taped with black electrical tape. The rules: lock all external doors by sunset. Do not unlock them until sunrise. Close all curtains on the ground floor by 8 p.m. Feed the dog at 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. 5 pounds of raw meat per feeding. Freezer in the garage. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark. Do not enter the basement. Do not speak to the dog. It was weird, extremely weird, but I touched the bulge of cash in my pocket. $10,000. I could pay off my car. I could start over. I told myself it was just an eccentric rich guy with a mean guard dog. The first 3 days were fine, uneventful. I spent my time exploring the upper floors, watching movies on my laptop, and cooking. The house made noises. Sure, the pipes groaned, the floorboards creaked. The wind howled through the valley, making the windows rattle. But that was normal. The dog was the only thing that gave me pause. In the garage, there was a massive chest freezer. It was filled to the brim with plastic-wrapped packages of meat. It wasn't labeled dog food. It just looked like hamburger meat, but darker red. Every morning and evening, I took 5 pounds of the meat, walked to the pantry, and opened the small metal chute on the door. It was like a library book drop. I shoved the meat through. It slid down a metal ramp into the dark below. I expected barking, growling, the sound of claws on concrete, but I never heard a dog. I heard wet sounds, slurping, the sound of meat hitting the floor, and then a soft rhythmic smack, smack, smack as something ate it. It sounded careful, deliberate. On the 4th night, the atmosphere changed. I was sitting in the living room. It was 9 p.m. I had closed the curtains like the rules said. I was reading a book, trying to ignore the silence. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It came from the pantry door. I froze. My heart hammered against my ribs. "Hey, buddy," I called out, my voice sounding thin in the big room. "You still hungry down there?" The scratching stopped. Then a voice came through the door. It was muffled, low, and raspy. "Water," it whispered. I dropped my book. It hit the floor with a loud thud. I stood up, backing away. "Who's there?" "Water," the voice said again. "Thirsty." It didn't sound like a parrot mimicking a human. It sounded like a man whose throat was filled with sand. I can't open the door," I stammered. "Mr. Blackwood said no." Silence. Then a low, guttural sound. Not a growl, a laugh, a dry, wheezing laugh. "Ha, ha, ha." I ran upstairs to the master bedroom and locked the door. I slept with a heavy brass lamp on the nightstand. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. It was the wind, I told myself. Or maybe the pipes. Old houses make vocal sounds. I'm just lonely. My brain is playing tricks on me. I went down to feed the dog. I shoved the meat through the chute. "Good morning," I whispered, feeling stupid. From the darkness of the chute, a sound came back. "Good morning. Reed." It knew my name. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet. I scrambled out of the kitchen and hyperventilated in the hallway. How did it know my name? I had never spoken my name in this house. Blackwood knew it. That was it. Was Blackwood in the basement? Was this some sick game? Was he keeping a prisoner down there? My conscience started to eat at me. If there was a person down there living in the dark, eating raw meat, I couldn't just ignore it. But the money and the fear, the primal fear that told me that is not a human voice. A week went by. The activity escalated. At night, I started hearing footsteps, heavy, wet footsteps. They weren't in the basement, they were outside. I obeyed Rule 4. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark, religiously. But sound travels. I could hear something circling the house. It sounded like someone walking in mud, even when the ground was dry. Slap, slap, slap. Sometimes it would brush against the siding, a long scraping sound like rough sandpaper dragging along the wood. I started drinking. I found Blackwood's liquor cabinet, and I drank whiskey to fall asleep. It was the only way to drown out the sounds. Then came the night of the storm. It was day 14. Halfway through, a massive storm front rolled in over the mountains. Thunder shook the foundation of the house. Lightning turned the night sky into strobe light flashes of violent white. At 10 p.m., the power went out. The house plunged into absolute suffocating darkness. I fumbled for my phone. The flashlight beam cut a weak cone through the black. I remembered there was an emergency generator in the garage. Or at least, I hoped there was. I walked to the kitchen to get the garage keys from the hook. As I passed the pantry door, I stopped. The chute was open. It was supposed to be spring-loaded. It was supposed to snap shut. But it was propped open. A smell wafted out. It was unbearable. It smelled like a butcher shop that had been left in the sun for a week. Rotting meat, iron, and excrement. I shined my light at the chute. A hand was sticking out. It wasn't a dog's paw. It wasn't a human hand. It was pale, almost translucent white. The fingers were impossibly long, at least 8 inches each. They had too many knuckles. They looked like the legs of a giant spider made of bone and wet skin. The fingers were gripping the edge of the chute, holding it open, and then an eye appeared in the opening. It was yellow, no pupil, just a sickly, glowing yellow orb the size of a tennis ball. It stared right at me. "Lights! Out!" The voice hissed from the chute. I screamed. I dropped the keys. I ran. Into the living room. I didn't know what to do. The front door, the car, I needed to get out. But then I remembered Rule 1, lock all external doors. I had done that. But to open them, I needed the keys. The keys I had just dropped in front of the pantry. I was trapped. I huddled behind the sofa in the living room. I gripped a fireplace poker in my shaking hands. I heard the pantry door handle rattle. Click, clack. It was locked. Thank God it was locked. Then I heard a sound that made my blood turn to ice. The sound of metal snapping. The hinges. Something was pushing the door from the inside with enough force to shear the metal hinges. Crack! The door fell inward. Heavy, wet footsteps entered the kitchen. Slap, slap, slap. "Reed!" the voice called out. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was loud, and it changed. It shifted pitch. Suddenly it sounded like my mother. "Reed, honey, where are you? It's dark." It was a perfect recording of my mother's voice. But my mother had been dead for 5 years. "Reed, I'm cold. Come give me a hug." I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood. Tears streamed down my face. "Do not speak to the dog," the rule said. The footsteps moved into the hallway. I peeked over the top of the sofa. A flash of lightning illuminated the hallway. I saw it. It was tall. It had to be 7 feet tall, but it was hunched over so its knuckles brushed the floor. It was naked, its skin that same translucent milky white. It was emaciated, ribs poking through the skin like jagged knives. But its belly was distended, swollen and round. It didn't have a face, not really. It had a smooth, flat surface where a face should be, but in the center, a vertical slit opened and closed, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. It turned its head. It didn't have eyes on its face. The yellow eyes were on its shoulders. Two massive glowing orbs embedded in the muscle of its shoulders, scanning the room independently. It walked into the living room. "Come out," it said, using Mr. Blackwood's voice now. "You're fired, Reed. Come out." It sniffed the air. I realized with horror that I had wet myself. The smell of ammonia was sharp in the air. The creature's head snapped toward the sofa. The shoulder eyes focused on my hiding spot. It smiled. The vertical slit opened wide. It lunged. I didn't think. I reacted on pure adrenaline. I vaulted over the back of the sofa and sprinted for the stairs. The creature was fast, unnaturally fast. It moved like a cockroach, skittering on all fours. I felt a rush of air as a claw swiped at my ankle. I kicked back, connecting with something wet and hard. I scrambled up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. I heard it crashing into the banister below. I ran into the master bedroom. I slammed the door. I locked it. I dragged the heavy dresser in front of the door. I backed away to the window. Boom! The door shook. Boom! Wood splintered. "Open the door, Reed," it whispered. It was, using my own voice now, "I just want to play." I looked at the window. It was a 20-foot drop to the backyard. I didn't care. I grabbed the bedside lamp and smashed the window. The glass shattered outward. The wind and rain roared into the room. Behind me, the bedroom door gave way. The dresser was pushed aside like it was made of cardboard. I climbed onto the sill. I looked back. The creature was standing in the doorway. It rose to its full height. It was almost touching the ceiling. Its shoulder eyes glowed in the darkness. It raised a long, pale finger and pointed at me. "You broke the rules." I jumped. I hit the wet grass hard. I felt something snap in my leg, a sharp, white-hot bolt of agony. I screamed, rolling in the mud. I couldn't walk. I had to crawl. I crawled through the mud, dragging my broken leg. The rain was blinding. I heard the creature leap from the window above. It landed with a heavy, wet thud 10 feet behind me. I crawled toward the driveway, my car. I kept a spare key in a magnetic box under the wheel well. It was an old habit, a habit that was about to save my life. "Reed!" it hissed. It was right behind me. I could smell the rot. I could hear its wet breathing. I reached the car. My fingers fumbled for the magnetic box. I found it. I ripped the key out. A cold, wet hand wrapped around my good ankle. I screamed and kicked with my broken leg. The pain was blinding, enough to make me vomit. But a heel of my boot connected with something soft. The creature screeched, a sound like metal tearing. It let go. I pulled myself into the driver's seat. I jammed the key in the ignition. "Please start. Please start." The engine roared to life. The creature slammed against the driver's side window. Its face, that smooth, faceless horror, pressed against the glass. The vertical mouth opened and it shrieked. I threw the car into reverse. I floored it. The car shot backward. The creature was thrown off. I spun, the wheel shifting into drive, and tore down the driveway. I didn't look back. I drove on the rim of a flat tire for 10 miles. I drove until the engine started smoking. I drove until I saw the lights of a 24-hour gas station. I crashed the car into a bollard in front of the station. The attendant, a teenager with acne, ran out. "Dude, are you okay?" I fell out of the car, bleeding, covered in mud, my leg twisted at a wrong angle. "Call the police," I sobbed. "Call them now." The police went to the house. I told them everything from my hospital bed. They looked at me like I was on drugs. They tested my blood. I was clean except for the alcohol. They told me what they found. The house was empty. The front door was locked. The bedroom door was broken, yes, but they said it looked like I had smashed it with the dresser in a fit of psychosis. They checked the basement. "There's no dog," the officer told me. "Just an empty room, dirt floor, and a pile of old bones. Animal. Bones. Deer, mostly." "And Mr. Blackwood?" I asked. "We looked into the owner," the officer said, flipping through his notebook. "The house is owned by a trust. The last living member of the Blackwood family died 40 years ago. There is no Mr. Blackwood." I froze, but I met him. I have his money, $5,000 cash. I told them to check my backpack, which they had recovered from the car. They opened it. The envelope was there, but it wasn't full of money. It was full of old dry leaves, and among the leaves there were fingernails, dozens of them. Dirty, soil-covered fingernails. I screamed until they sedated me. They released me a week later. They ruled it a mental breakdown brought on by isolation and alcohol. But I know the truth. I know because of what I found in my pocket when I put on my jeans to leave the hospital. It was a piece of paper, small, crumpled, and damp. It wasn't there when I jumped out the window. I unfolded it with trembling hands. It was a note, written in a shaky, jagged scrawl, as if written by a hand that had too many joints. "You owe me $5,000. I will come to collect." I ran. I'm still running. But last night, in this cheap motel room, I woke up at 3 a.m. The room was silent, but from the bathroom I heard a sound. Slap, slap, slap. And then the sound of the toilet flushing, followed by a voice. My voice. Water. I am typing this fast. I'm leaving now. If you ever see a job listing for the Blackwood house, burn it. Just burn it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a winter caretaker position at a geothermal research station in Greenland. The heat keeps rising, but the snow never melts. The job market for theoretical geologists with a revoked tenure and a history of public breakdowns is, as you might expect, incredibly thin. I wasn't looking for redemption when I found a listing on a specialized server for industrial contractors. I was looking for a hole to crawl into, somewhere the noise of the world couldn't reach me, where I could pay off my legal fees and drink cheap whiskey until my liver gave out. The listing was for a site monitor at the Helios Geothermal Station. Location: Northeast Greenland National Park, roughly 300 miles from the nearest permanent settlement. Duration: 6 months of polar night. Pay: an absurd sum deposited weekly into an offshore account. The interview was conducted over a satellite phone that crackled like a Geiger counter. The man on the other end, a Dr. Vorgan, didn't ask about my academic scandal. He didn't ask about the incident at the university. He only asked about my aptitude for solitude. "The station is automated, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said, his voice tinny and distant. "The drilling phase concluded 3 years ago. We are currently in the harvest phase. The turbines run themselves. The data uploads itself. We need a human presence solely for manual override in case of catastrophic containment failure. You are essentially a fleshy insurance policy." "Containment failure?" I asked, looking at the half-empty bottle of scotch on my desk. "I thought this was a geothermal plant. Steam and turbines. What are we containing?" There was a pause on the line, a pause that lasted just a few seconds too long. "Pressure, Mr. Thorne," Vorgan said finally. "We are tapping into a pocket of the mantle that is volatile, high pressure, high toxicity. If the seals blow, we need someone to manually engage the lockdown clamps before the valley is flooded with superheated gas. Can you handle a wrench and a checklist?" "I can handle a wrench," I said. 2 weeks later, I was standing on the deck of a heavy-duty icebreaker, watching the coast of Greenland rise out of the gray Atlantic like the spine of a dead leviathan. The air was so cold it felt like swallowing glass. The sky was a bruising purple, the sun already dipping below the horizon for the long winter sleep. We docked at a supply outpost, and from there a helicopter took me inland. We flew over endless sheets of white, broken only by the jagged black teeth of mountains. It was beautiful, in the way a tomb is beautiful, pristine, silent, and utterly hostile to life. Helios 4 sat in a crater-like valley surrounded by glacial walls. It didn't look like a power plant. It looked like a bunker. It was a squat hexagonal structure made of reinforced concrete and dark steel, half buried in the permafrost. A massive array of steam vents pointed toward the sky, but oddly, there was no steam, no plumes of white vapor, just the shimmering heat haze distorting the air above the vents. The pilot didn't shut off the rotors. He didn't help me with my bags. He just hovered a few feet off the helipad, waited for me to jump out, and then banked hard, disappearing into the gathering dark before I even reached the airlock. I was alone. The interior of the station was surprisingly modern. It was all brushed steel, LED strips, and hermetic seals. It hummed with a low, thrumming vibration that I felt in my teeth. The air was recycled, smelling of ozone and coffee grounds. My living quarters were on level 1, the surface level. The control room was on level 2. The engineering deck was on level 3. And below that, accessible only by a freight elevator with a retinal scanner, was the shaft. That was where the drill went down. Down through the crust, down through the rock, tapping into whatever heat source Vorgan had found. The first month was exactly what I wanted. It was boring. My routine was simple. Wake up at 0600, though morning was a theoretical concept in the pitch black of polar winter. Check the pressure gauges in the control room, log the turbine output, eat a freeze-dried meal, read, sleep. The station was warm. Too warm, actually. I walked around in a t-shirt and sweatpants. The thermostat was set to 68 degrees, but the ambient temperature hovered around 75. I tried to lower it, but the system overrode my commands. Exterior temp, 40F. Interior temp, 75F. System optimal. I spent my free time exploring the digital archives of the station. I wanted to know what we were sitting on. Most of the files were encrypted, but I found the initial geological surveys. They didn't make sense. The surveys showed a massive heat anomaly. That was normal, but the shape of the anomaly wasn't a pocket or a vein. It was a sphere, a perfect thermal sphere located 3 miles beneath the ice. Magma doesn't form perfect spheres. It flows, it follows fissures. This looked like an object, a massive, hot object buried in the earth. I brushed it off. Sensor error, glitch in the mapping software. The trouble started on day 42. I was in the galley making coffee When I heard a sound coming from the ventilation duct above the stove, it sounded like singing, not music, not a radio. It was a human voice, female, humming a melody that was disjointed, rising and falling in quatertones that made my skin crawl. It was faint, echoing through the metal ducts like it was traveling a great distance. I froze, the coffee pot hovering over my mug. "Hello?" I called out. The humming stopped instantly. I waited. Silence. Just the omnipresent thrum, thrum, thrum of the station's heartbeat. I grabbed my radio. "Base, this is Thorne. Do we have any maintenance crews in the sector? Over." Static. The satellite link was down. It went down often due to the magnetic interference from the aurora borealis. But the timing felt wrong. I spent the next hour searching Level 1 and Level 2. I checked every closet, every crawl space, nothing, just me and the hum. I convinced myself it was the wind. The wind in Greenland can sound like anything, screaming trains, crying babies, humming women. It plays tricks on the mind when you haven't spoken to another soul in 6 weeks. But the next night, the heat went up. I woke up sweating. My sheets were soaked. The air in my cabin was thick and heavy. I looked at the digital thermometer on the wall, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. I groaned and kicked off the blankets. I walked to the control room to check the HVAC system. The readout on the main console was flashing red. Warning, thermal spike in Sector 4. Sector 4 was the drill shaft. I sat in the command chair and pulled up the telemetry. The temperature at the bottom of the shaft at the injection point had jumped by 400 degrees in the last hour. That shouldn't happen. Geothermal energy is constant. It doesn't spike unless there's an eruption. I initiated the coolant flush. Gallons of liquid nitrogen were pumped down the sleeve of the drill to regulate the temperature. I watched the numbers. They didn't drop. They kept climbing. Injection point temp, 1200 F, a 1300 F, 1400 F. And then the audio sensors at the bottom of the shaft triggered. The system was designed to listen for rock fractures, the sound of the earth cracking under pressure. But the audio file that popped up on my screen wasn't the sound of cracking rock. It was a rhythmic thumping. Boom, 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 boom. It was slow, massive. It sounded like a heartbeat. I stared at the screen, sweat dripping down my nose onto the keyboard. "What are we drilling into?" I whispered. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the control room, watching the numbers climb, listening to that impossible heartbeat thudding through the speakers. Around 400 hours, the temperature stabilized at 1500 degrees. The heartbeat stopped. I decided I needed to go down there. The rules Vorgan gave me were clear. Manual override only in case of catastrophic failure. Well, a heartbeat in the Earth's crust felt pretty catastrophic to me. I took the freight elevator down. Level 3, engineering. The air here was stifling. It smelled of sulfur and something else, something sweet, like rotting fruit. I walked to the heavy blast doors that led to the maintenance catwalk of the shaft. I swiped my key card. The light turned green. The hydraulic locks disengaged with a hiss. I pulled the heavy steel door open. The heat hit me like a physical blow. It was suffocating. I stepped onto the catwalk. It was a metal grate suspended over a black abyss. In the center of the abyss was the drill. It was a massive column of titanium and reinforced steel descending into the dark. It vibrated violently. I walked to the edge of the railing and shone my high-powered flashlight down. The beam cut through the steam and the dark, illuminating the sheer rock walls of the shaft. But the walls weren't rock anymore. About 50 feet down, the gray granite gave way to something else. It was pink. It looked like tissue, like muscle fiber. The walls of the shaft were pulsing. I rubbed my eyes. Nitrogen narcosis, I muttered. Oxygen deprivation, heat stroke. I scrambled back to the door, sealed it, and ran back to the elevator. I went straight to the med bay on level 1. I hooked myself up to the vitals monitor. Oxygen saturation, 98%. Heart rate, 120. No toxins in the blood. I wasn't hallucinating. I went back to the control room. I needed to find the logs from the previous caretaker. Vorgan hadn't mentioned a previous caretaker, but there's always a previous guy. I dug into the system root directory. I bypassed the standard user interface and went into the raw data logs. I found a folder labeled User Archives MSM. I opened the last text file, dated 3 months before my arrival. August 14th, it's awake. I don't know how, but the drilling woke it up. Vorgan knows. He has to know. The heat isn't geothermal. It's metabolic. We aren't drawing power from the mantle. We're siphoning body heat. We are a tick on the back of a god. I scrolled down. August 20th. It's talking to me. It uses the pipes. It vibrates the metal to form words. It wants me to open the seals. It says it's cold. It says it's been sleeping in the ice for 1,000,000 years, and it wants to stretch. August 25th. I'm going to open the seals. Not the main clamp, just the auxiliary vents. Just to give it some air. It promised to show me what's beneath the skin. It promised to show me the history of the world. The log ended there. I sat back, the leather chair creaking. SM had opened the vents, and then SM had disappeared, and now I was the tick. The lights in the control room flickered. The hum of the station changed pitch. It went from a mechanical drone to a wet, gurgling sound. The intercom system clicked on. Mr. Thorne. The voice wasn't Vorgan. It wasn't the singing woman. It was my own voice. But it was distorted, layered over itself. Mr. Thorne, the ambient temperature is insufficient. Please adjust. I grabbed the radio handset on the console. Who is this? Is this Vorgan? Vorgan is irrelevant, the voice said, using my own intonation, my own pauses. We are the Helios. We are the vessel. The heat is rising, Mr. Thorne. Why do you resist the thaw? I'm shutting it down, I said. I'm engaging the emergency lockdown. That would be unwise. The pressure must be released. If you clamp the vein, the heart will burst. And if the heart bursts, the mountain falls. I slammed my hand onto the emergency lockdown button, a big red mushroom cap under a plastic guard. Sirens wailed. Red strobe lights began to flash. Lockdown initiated. Blast doors sealing. Ventilation closing. The voice on the intercom laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like boulders grinding together. You cannot lock out the house, little flea. You are inside the house. The floor of the control room buckled. A crack appeared in the reinforced concrete. Steam, pink, sweet-smelling steam, hissed out of the fissure. I ran. I needed to get to the surface. I needed to get to the snowcat vehicle in the garage on level 1. I sprinted for the stairs, bypassing the elevator. I didn't trust the electronics anymore. The stairwell was sweltering. It was at least 100 degrees now. The metal railing was hot to the touch. As I climbed, I saw the walls changing. The brushed steel panels were blistering. The paint was bubbling, peeling back to reveal not concrete, not insulation. Veins, thick blue and purple veins pulsing beneath the surface of the walls. The station itself was becoming biological. The organism beneath us wasn't just under the station, it was infecting the station. It was growing into the structure. I reached level 1. The hallway to the garage was a nightmare. The floor was soft. My boots sank into it like walking on a sponge. The air was thick with that sweet, rotting smell. I saw movement in the kitchen. I stopped. Standing by the stove was a figure. It was a man. He was wearing a jumpsuit with the name tag S. Miller. "Miller?" I gasped. He turned around. His face was gone. Where his eyes and nose and mouth should have been, there was just smooth, pink flesh, like a thumb. But his chest was split open. Ribs were cracked outward like a cage, and inside his chest cavity, nestled where his lung should be, was a drill bit, a small rotating piece of metal that spun lazily, grinding against his spine. He raised a hand. He pointed at the garage. "Run!" a voice spoke. It didn't come from him. It came from the vent above his head. "Run, little flea. It likes the chase." I didn't need telling twice. I bolted for the garage door. It was sealed. The lockdown I had initiated had locked me in. "Damn it!" I screamed, pounding on the control panel. I needed the manual release crank. It was in the supply closet down the hall. I turned back. The thing that used to be Miller was walking toward me. It shuffled, its feet dragging through the spongy floor. I ran past it, dodging its grasp of hands. I made it to the supply closet. I grabbed the heavy iron crank. When I turned around, Miller blocked the doorway. He lunged. I swung the crank. It hit him in the head with a wet thud. He didn't fall. The impact just dented the smooth flesh of his face. He grabbed me. His hands were boiling hot. They burned through my clothes. "Let go!" I screamed. I kicked him in the knee. His leg snapped backward with a sickening crunch, bending the wrong way. He fell. I ran back to the garage door. I jammed the crank into the socket and turned. The gears ground together. The heavy door began to lift inch by agonizing inch. Cold air rushed in. Beautiful, freezing, sub-zero air. The snow rushed in with it, swirling across the garage floor. I dropped to my stomach and crawled under the door before it was fully open. I scrambled out onto the ice. The wind hit me, instantly freezing the sweat on my skin. I gasped, the cold burning my lungs. I looked back at the station. It was glowing. The entire hexagonal structure was pulsating with a dull red light. The concrete walls were undulating, and the steam vents, they weren't venting steam, they were venting spores. Massive clouds of red, glittery dust were shooting into the sky, being caught by the Arctic wind and carried south. I ran to the snowcat. It was parked outside, coated in ice. I prayed the engine block heater had worked. I fumbled with the keys, my fingers numb. I jumped in. I turned the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, and roared to life. I threw it into gear and floored it. The tracks dug into the snow, and the vehicle lurched forward. I drove blindly into the polar night. Guided only by the GPS, I didn't stop for 6 hours. I didn't stop until the fuel gauge was on empty, and I saw the lights of the Coast Guard outpost in the distance. I crashed the snowcat into the perimeter fence. I stumbled out, waving my arms, screaming, until the guards came out and tackled me. They put me in quarantine. They thought I had hypothermia. They thought I had cabin fever psychosis. I tried to tell them about the heartbeat, about Miller, about the spores. They sedated me. When I woke up, Vorgan was there. He was standing at the foot of my hospital bed. He was wearing a pristine suit. "You breached a contract, Mr. Thorne," he said calmly. "It's alive," I croaked. "The station, it's growing." "We know," Vorgan said. "Biomass conversion. It's a fascinating energy source, infinite renewal. We just had to integrate it." Miller. Miller was a prototype. You were the control group. You performed admirably. The lockdown actually accelerated the fusion process. The pressure spike forced the organism to bond with the architecture to survive. "You're insane. It's releasing spores. It's going to spread." Vorgan smiled. "Expansion is the nature of life, Mr. Thorne." He checked his watch. "You're free to go. We've wired the money. Your NDA is still in effect. If you speak to the press, we will release your medical records, the ones detailing your previous breakdown. No one will believe you." He left. I took the money. I left Greenland. I live in Arizona now. The desert, it's dry here. The ground is hard and dead. But I watch the weather reports. There's a new strain of fungal infection spreading in northern Europe. They say it's mild. They say it causes a fever, a slight increase in body temperature. But I saw a photo online yesterday, a photo of a man in a hospital in Oslo. His skin looked smooth, pink, and the caption said he kept complaining about a sound, a humming sound. I have a basement. Here. I went down there yesterday to check the fuse box. I put my hand on the concrete wall. It was warm. And for a second, just a second, I thought I felt a pulse. I think Vorgan was wrong. He didn't integrate the organism. He just gave it a door. And now the house is everywhere. I'm going to go buy a drill, a big one. If the walls are going to breathe, I want to hear them scream. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, the night shift. I am writing this down because I need someone to believe me, even if I never go back to that place again. I was broke. That is the only reason anyone takes the graveyard shift at a place like Ironclad Self-Storage. I was 23, living in a basement apartment that smelled like mold, and I had exactly $12 in my bank account. When I saw the ad online, Night Watchman, immediate start, cash pay, I didn't ask questions. I didn't ask why the last guy quit. I didn't ask why the pay was so high for sitting in a chair. The facility was located at the edge of town, where the paved roads turned into gravel and the streetlights stopped working. It was huge. Imagine a city made of metal. There were hundreds of shipping containers arranged in long, straight rows. Some were new and blue, others were old, rusted, and brown. They were stacked too high, creating narrow alleys that felt like tunnels. My station was a small white shack at the main gate. It was basically a tin can with a window. Inside, there was a desk, a rolling chair with a broken wheel, a coffee maker that burned everything, and a bank of 6 security monitors. "It's easy," the manager, Mr. Garrick, told me on my first night. He was a sweaty man who wouldn't look me in the eye. "Do your rounds every 2 hours. Shine your light down the rows. Check the locks. If you see kids, call the cops. If you see anything else, just stay in the booth and lock the door." "What do you mean, anything else?" I asked. He didn't answer. He just handed me a heavy ring of keys and walked to his truck. "Don't fall asleep, kid," he said, and then he was gone. The first week was boring. It was so quiet out there. The only sound was the wind humming through the gaps between the containers. It made a low, mournful, whistling sound, like someone blowing over the top of a glass bottle. But on the second Tuesday, the weirdness began. I was doing my 2 a.m. round. I was walking down row C. The gravel crunched loudly under my heavy boots. I was shining my flashlight on the padlocks, checking to make sure they were secure. Then I heard a radio. It was faint. It sounded like static mixed with a voice. It was coming from inside a container halfway down the row, Unit C-14. I stopped. I put my ear against the cold corrugated metal. "Help! Please! Cold!" It was a woman's voice. She sounded terrified. "Hello?" I yelled, banging on the door with my fist. "Is someone in there?" The voice stopped immediately. I grabbed my radio to call the police, but then I looked at the lock on the door. It was rusted solid. A thick layer of orange rust covered the latch. There were spider webs connecting the lock to the door handle, thick, dusty webs that had not been broken in years. Nobody had opened that door in a long time. "Hello?" I called again. Silence. I told myself it was just interference. Maybe a truck driver on the highway nearby using a CB radio, and the metal container picked up the signal. I walked back to the booth, but I kept looking over my shoulder. The next night, the weather turned bad. A heavy storm rolled in from the coast. The rain didn't just fall, it hammered down. It sounded like thousands of rocks hitting the metal roofs of the containers. The noise was deafening. I was sitting in the booth, watching the monitors. The rain made the cameras blurry. The black and white screens were just gray static and dark shapes. Then the phone in the booth rang. I jumped. I stared at it. It was an old landline phone. Nobody called the booth. I picked it up. "Ironclad storage. This is Evans." "Open the gate," a voice said. It was my voice. I almost dropped the phone. It wasn't just similar. It was my voice. It was the same pitch, the same accent. It sounded exactly like I had sounded when I answered the phone a second ago. "Who is this?" I asked, my hand shaking. "Who is this?" the voice on the phone repeated. But it didn't say it like a question. It said it like a recording. "Stop it," I said. "This isn't funny." "Stop it," the voice said. Then it laughed. A dry, glitchy laugh. "Open the gate, Evans. I want to come in." I slammed the phone down. I looked at the gate monitor. The front gate was closed. The road outside was empty. There was no car, no person, just the pouring rain. Then I saw movement on Monitor 3. Monitor 3 showed the back of the lot, the dead zone, we called it. It was where the oldest containers were kept. In the grainy footage, I saw a figure. It was tall, too tall. It looked like a person stretched out on a rack. Its arms hung down past its knees. It was standing in the middle of the aisle, facing away from the camera. It was perfectly still, letting the rain hit it. I grabbed my heavy flashlight and my baton. I didn't want to go out there, but that was my job. And if it was a prankster, I was going to kick them out. I stepped out of the booth. The wind hit me, instantly soaking my uniform. I ran toward the back of the lot. I counted the rows. Up, B, C. I turned the corner into the dead zone. "Hey!" I shouted over the roar of the rain. "Get out of here! The police are on their way!" I pointed my flashlight beam down the aisle. It was empty. I walked forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. I swept the light left and right. Nothing but wet metal and puddles. Then I heard a sound from above. Clang! It was the sound of a heavy weight landing on a hollow metal roof. It came from the top of the container right next to me. Clang! Clang! Footsteps, heavy metallic footsteps running across the tops of the containers. I looked up. I flashed my light upward. For a second, the beam caught something. It was pale, white, like a maggot. It was crouching on the edge of the container roof, looking down at me. It didn't have a face. It just had a smooth surface where a face should be, but in the center there was a slit. A mouth. It opened that mouth and a sound came out. "Check the locks," it whispered. It was Mr. Garrick's voice. Perfect imitation. I didn't think. I ran. I slipped in the mud, scrambled up, and kept running. Behind me, I heard it jumping. Boom! It landed on the next container. Boom! It was getting closer. It wasn't running on the ground. It was hunting from above, leaping across the narrow alleyway like a spider. "Don't fall asleep, kid," the thing screamed from the darkness above. It was laughing now. "Don't fall asleep." I saw the light of the guard booth ahead. It looked like heaven. I sprinted the last 50 yards. I could hear the thing landing on the ground behind me now. Splash, splash. It was on my level. I threw myself at the door of the booth, ripped it open, and dove inside. I slammed it shut and locked the deadbolt. I backed away, grabbing the heavy desk and shoving it against the door. Thud! Something hit the door hard. The whole shack shook. "Open the gate," my own voice whispered from the other side of the thin door. "It's cold out here." I crawled into the corner under the desk. I covered my ears. I squeezed my eyes shut. It didn't stop. For hours it circled the booth. Sometimes it tapped on the glass window with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. Sometimes it banged on the roof. Sometimes it mimicked voices. My mom, my dad, Mr. Garrick. It recited conversations I had days ago. "I need this job," it whispered in my voice. "I have $12. I stayed under that desk until the sun came up. When the gray light of dawn finally filled the booth, the noises stopped. I waited another hour before I moved. I slowly pulled the desk away. I unlocked the door. The rain had stopped. The air was cold and fresh. I walked outside. The wet gravel was marked with mud. There were footprints all around the booth, but they weren't shoe prints. They looked like handprints, but with fingers that were too long and too many joints. They circled the booth over and over again. I didn't do a final round. I didn't write a report. I got in my rusted sedan and I drove away. I drove straight to Mr. Garrick's house. I knew where he lived because I had dropped off paperwork there once. I pounded on his door until he answered. He was in his bathrobe, holding a coffee. He looked at my pale face, my muddy uniform, and he knew. "I quit," I said, "and I want my pay." He didn't argue. He went inside, got his wallet, and handed me $300 cash. "Did you see it?" he asked quietly. "I saw something," I said. "What is it?" "I don't know," Garrick said. He looked tired. "It's been there since the place was built. It likes the containers. It likes the echoes. We tried to get rid of it. We brought in dogs once. The dogs, they didn't come back out of the maze." "You sent me in there knowing that?" I yelled. "I needed a guard." He shrugged. "Insurance requires it. If no one watches the monitors, we lose our license." Left him there. I took the money, and I drove 2 towns over. I rented a motel room for a week. That was 3 years ago. I have a new job now. I work in a library. It is bright, and there are always people around, and there are no metal boxes. but I am writing this because last night I was walking home. It was raining. I walked past a construction site. There was a large blue shipping container on the sidewalk used for storing tools. As I walked past it, I heard a sound from inside. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped. I couldn't help it. I looked at the metal wall. Check the locks, a voice whispered from inside the locked box. It was my voice. I ran the rest of the way home. I locked every door. I closed every curtain. I know now that I didn't just leave that job. I took something with me, or rather, something decided that I was more interesting than the empty rows of the storage yard. It knows where I live, and every time it rains, I'm afraid to look out my window because I know that one day I will see those long white fingers tapping on the glass asking to come in. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a cheap room in an abandoned house at the edge of town. I found the listing at 2 in the morning, when everything feels reasonable and nothing feels permanent. The photos were grainy, the description short. Room for rent. Quiet. Cash preferred. The price was less than half of anything else I'd seen. The address was at the far edge of town, where the streetlights thin out and the sidewalks crack and then simply stop. I told myself the cheap rent explained everything. I told myself the pictures looked empty because the owner valued privacy. I told myself I needed a place to sleep, not a place to live. When I drove out there the next afternoon, the sky was low and gray, the kind that presses down on you like a held breath. The house sat back from the road, half hidden by trees that had grown wild and unchecked. It wasn't burned or collapsed. It wasn't obviously ruined. It was just tired. The paint had peeled in long strips, exposing older colors beneath, like layers of old skin. The windows were intact, but dark, as if the light inside had been turned off a long time ago and forgotten. A man answered the door after I knocked twice. He was thin, older than I'd expected, with a face that looked carved instead of aged. He didn't give me his name. He didn't ask for mine. He took the cash, counted it carefully, and handed me a key that felt warm, as if it had been in his pocket for a long time. "Room's upstairs," he said. "Second door on the left. Don't use the back hallway." I asked why. He looked past me down the road and said, "It doesn't go where you think." That should have been the moment I left. Instead, I nodded like I understood, like it was a joke, like everything was normal. Inside, the house smelled of dust and something faintly sweet, like old flowers pressed between the pages. The floors creaked under my shoes, not sharply, but with a long, tired groan, as if the house needed time to acknowledge each step. The air was cool, despite the broken thermostat on the wall. No pictures hung anywhere, no mirrors. The walls were bare, marked only by faint outlines where something had once been and then removed. My room was exactly what the listing promised. A bed, a dresser, a single lamp. The window faced the trees, their branches close enough to brush the glass when the wind picked up. The door locked, the walls were thin. That first night, I slept hard. The kind of sleep that comes from exhaustion and relief. I didn't dream. I didn't move. I woke up in the dark with the sense that something had changed. It took me a few seconds to realize what it was. The house was breathing, not like pipes knocking or wood settling. This was slower, a deep, rhythmic sound rising and falling as if the structure itself had lungs. I lay still, listening, With each breath, the air in my room seemed to shift just slightly, like a tide pulling back and forth. I told myself it was the wind. The trees were close. Old houses make noises. Then I heard footsteps in the hallway. They were soft, careful, bare feet by the sound of it. Someone walking slowly, stopping every few steps, then continuing. The steps reached my door and paused. I held my breath. The handle didn't move. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, close enough that I could hear a faint, wet sound, like someone breathing through their mouth. Then the footsteps moved on, down the hall, toward the stairs. In the morning, the house was quiet and ordinary again. The breathing was gone. The air smelled like dust and nothing else. I told myself I'd imagined it. I went to work. I came back that evening with groceries and a determination not to let my nerves get the better of me. That night, the footsteps returned. This time, there were more of them. They didn't move like people going somewhere. They wandered. They doubled back. Sometimes they stopped outside my door. Sometimes they gathered near the top of the stairs, a cluster of soft sounds overlapping and separating again. I pressed my ear to the wall and heard whispering, not words, just breath shaped into something that almost meant something. A chorus of near sounds, like a language spoken underwater. On the third night, I started hearing it during the day. A faint scratching behind the walls, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. It followed me from room to room. When I stood still, it stopped. When I moved, it resumed, keeping pace. I tried to find the landlord. His room at the end of the hall was locked. I knocked. No answer. I listened at the door and heard nothing at all, not even breathing. That night, I dreamed I was standing in the back hallway. In the dream, the hallway was longer than it should have been. The walls bowed inward, the ceiling low enough that I had to duck. Doors lined both sides, each one slightly ajar, each one breathing softly. I walked past them, drawn forward by something I couldn't see. At the end of the hallway was a door without a handle. I woke up standing in my room, my hand pressed flat against the wall, right where the scratching usually came from. The wall was warm. I pulled my hand away and stared at my palm. For a second, I could swear there was a faint pattern there, like the impression of veins that weren't mine. I stopped sleeping after that. When you don't sleep, everything stretches. Time becomes thick and sticky. Sounds get louder. Shadows feel heavier. The house took advantage of that. It started doing things when I was tired enough to doubt myself. Doors I locked would be open in the morning. Objects would be moved just slightly, never enough to be obvious, but enough that I noticed. The dresser drawer would be pulled out an inch. The lamp would be turned to face the wall. The breathing came back, stronger now. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, a slow inhalation that made the walls flex, followed by an exhale that rattled. The windows. One night, the footsteps didn't stop at my door. The handle turned slowly, carefully, as if whoever was on the other side knew exactly how much pressure to use. I watched it move, inch by inch, until the latch clicked. The door opened just a crack. I couldn't see anything in the hallway. The darkness there was deeper than the darkness in my room, a solid thing that swallowed the light. From within, it came the smell I'd noticed on my first day, stronger now. Old flowers, rot. Something lived in and wrong. A hand slid through the gap. It was pale, almost translucent. The skin stretched thin over bones that looked too long. The fingers bent the wrong way at the joints, curling inward like hooks. It rested on the doorframe, and I felt a pressure in my chest, as if something was leaning on me from the inside. Then a voice spoke from the hallway. It sounded like mine. It said my name the way I say it when I'm alone, quietly, just to hear it. I don't remember screaming. I remember the door slamming shut. I remember the lock turning. I remember sitting on the bed until morning, my back against the wall, my eyes burning. The next day, I packed my things. As I carried my bags down the stairs, I noticed something I hadn't before. The walls were marked with faint handprints, overlapping and smeared, all at about chest height. They led toward the back hallway. I stood at the entrance to it for a long time. The air there was colder. The breathing was loudest here, a deep, satisfied rhythm. The hallway was dark, but not empty. I could feel it watching me, waiting for me to understand. I left without saying goodbye. I didn't get far. Halfway down the driveway, I realized I was still holding the key. It was warm in my hand, warmer than it should have been. Without thinking, I turned around to throw it back. The house was closer than it had been before. The trees leaned inward, their branches interlaced above the roof like fingers locking together. The windows were no longer dark. They glowed faintly, each one pulsing in time with the breathing. The front door was open. I woke up in my room. My bags were unpacked, my clothes folded neatly in the dresser. The door was locked. From the hallway came the sound of footsteps moving toward me, confident now, unafraid. I understood then. The room wasn't for rent. It was a mouth, and I had finally stopped pretending I didn't know what it was hungry for. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I downloaded an app that translates dead languages. It just started translating the silence in my apartment. I am an archivist for a mid-sized university museum in New England. My job, for the most part, is quiet. I spend my days in a sub-basement that smells of dust and vinegar, stabilizing old manuscripts, cataloging vellum scrolls, and digitizing letters from people who have been dead for 300 years. I like the silence. I've always preferred the company of history to the company of the living. The dead don't make small talk. The dead don't ask you why you're 35 and single. The dead just wait to be read. I found the app on a forum for linguistic cryptography. It wasn't on the App Store or Google Play. It was a beta build, hosted on a private server. The thread was titled Project Acheron, Neural Network Translation for Non-Standard Syntax. The description claimed it used a new kind of AI architecture, quantum natural language processing, to decipher texts that had previously been considered untranslatable. Linear A, the Voynich manuscript, Proto-Elamite. The developer, a user named VoidWalker99, claimed the AI didn't just look for patterns in letters, it looked for intent in the data structure. It sounded like pseudo-scientific garbage, but I was desperate. I had a backlog of 17th century cipher journals from a local occultist that had stumped me for months. I downloaded the APK file. The icon was a simple black square with a white, jagged line running through it. I installed it on my tablet last Friday. I set the tablet up on my workstation, opened the app, and pointed the camera at the cipher. The interface was austere. No menus, no settings, just a camera view and a text box at the bottom overlaying reality. It worked instantly. It was terrifyingly fast. The gibberish symbols on the parchment shimmered on the screen, replaced by glowing green English text. The journal wasn't a spell book, it was a ledger of debts. Boring, mundane, but translated perfectly. I spent the next 6 hours feeding it everything I had. It cracked codes I'd spent years agonizing over. I felt a rush of adrenaline that only a massive nerd understands. I was unlocking secrets. At 8 all p.m., the automatic lights in the archives flickered and dimmed to night mode. I decided to pack up. I left the app open on the tablet as I cleaned my glasses. The tablet was propped up against a stack of books, the camera pointing out into the empty, darkened aisle of the archive shelves. I was reaching for my bag when the tablet pinged. A soft, digital chime. I looked at the screen. A text box had appeared at the bottom. "It is cold in the rose." I frowned. I looked at the parchment in front of the lens. I had already moved the journal. The camera was pointing at empty air. Just the metal shelving units and the darkness between them. I wiped the lens. Maybe it was picking up a pattern in the dust? Or the spine of a book looked like text? Ping. "He is cleaning the glass. He cannot see us." My blood went cold. I froze, holding my glasses cloth. I looked around the room. Hello? Silence. Just the hum of the HVAC system at the settling of the building. I looked back at the screen. The green text was floating in the augmented reality overlay, hovering in the middle of the aisle, roughly at head height. Ping. "He speaks to the air. He thinks he is alone." I grabbed the tablet. I tapped the screen, trying to find a reset or calibration button. There was nothing. The AI was interpreting visual data. But what data? There was nothing there. "This is a bug," I whispered. "It's a glitched predictive text algorithm." Ping. "Not a bug. We are the syntax of the void." I shut the tablet off. I shoved it in my bag. I practically ran out of the building. I told myself I was exhausted. I told myself that staring at handwriting for 10 hours had fried my brain and the AI was just hallucinatory software. I went home to my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor of a brownstone. It's a safe space, thick walls, double locks. I poured myself a glass of wine and ordered Thai food. I refused to look at the tablet, but curiosity is a disease. Around 11 now p.m., after 2 glasses of Merlot, I pulled the tablet out. I needed to debug it. I needed to prove it was just picking up random noise and assigning words to it. That's what AI does. It hallucinates meaning where there is none. I sat on my sofa. My living room was lit only by the street lamps outside. I turned the tablet on. I opened Project Acheron. I pointed the camera at my white living room wall. A blank canvas, no patterns. The screen remained clear for a minute. Then a flicker. Ping. The wine makes his blood slow. I stared at the wall. Nothing. I looked at the screen. The text was anchored to the corner of the ceiling, right above the floor lamp. Ping. He brought the eye into the house. We have been waiting for an eye. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice trembling. The text didn't change based on my voice. The app didn't use a microphone. It used the camera. It was reading something. Ping. "We are the residents of the spaces between. We are the static." I stood up and panned the camera around the room. The living room was full of them. Not them, in a visual sense. I couldn't see monsters. But the screen was filled with text boxes. They were floating on the sofa, standing by the window, hanging from the ceiling fan. Hungry. Cold. Touch his hair. Look at the skin. It is soft. There were dozens of distinct voices, represented by different spatial tags. I ran to the kitchen. I pointed the camera at the sink. Drown! I pointed it at the knife block. Cut! I dropped the tablet on the counter. It clattered loudly. I backed away, breathing hard. This was an elaborate prank. Someone had hacked the tablet. They were watching me through the camera and typing these things. That had to be it. A hacker. Void Walker Dynatine. I grabbed a piece of duct tape from my junk drawer and taped over the camera lens. Ha! I said, my voice cracking. Try seeing now. I looked at the screen. It was black, obviously, because the lens was covered, but the text boxes appeared anyway. Ping. You cannot blind the algorithm, Thomas. It does not see light. It sees the waveform of reality. It used my name. I didn't sleep that night. I locked myself in the bathroom with the lights on. I left the tablet in the kitchen. The next morning, Saturday, I decided to go to the source. I needed to find the developer. I went to the forum where I downloaded the app. The thread was gone. Deleted. I searched the user Void Walker 999. I found one result. A cached news article from a local paper in Oregon, dated 4 years ago. Local programmer missing. Police find disturbing setup in basement. The article detailed the disappearance of a man named Eric Vance. He was a brilliant coder who had become obsessed with instrumental transcommunication, ITC, the idea of using technology to talk to spirits. Police found his basement filled with servers, cameras, and microphones running 24/7, but Eric was gone. There was no body, just a final entry in his digital log that read, I have compiled the code. I am going to upload myself. I sat in the coffee shop, reading this on my phone, feeling nausea roll over me. If the code was him or opened by him. I went back to my apartment. I had to destroy the tablet. It was the bridge. When I unlocked my door, the air in the apartment felt heavy. It felt pressurized like the cabin of an airplane. I walked into the kitchen. The tablet was where I left it, but the tape was gone. I had taped the lens. I remembered doing it. I remembered the texture of the silver duct tape. The tape was peeled off, crumpled into a ball, and sitting next to the device. I picked up the tablet. The battery was at 1%. The app was open. The screen was pointing at me. There was only one text box on the screen now. It was large. It was red. And it was hovering directly over my own chest in the image. You are a vessel. We fit inside. I smashed the tablet. I didn't hesitate. I took a meat tenderizer from the drawer and I brought it down on the screen until it was nothing but glass dust and twisted metal. I threw the debris into a trash bag and took it to the dumpster outside. I felt better. I felt like I had excised a tumor. I spent the rest of the day out of the house. I went to a movie. I walked in the park. I needed noise. I needed life. I came home at 10 p.m. I sat on my couch. I turned on my smart TV to watch Netflix. The TV screen flickered. It wasn't the Netflix logo. It was the camera feed. My smart TV has a built-in camera for gesture control and Skype. I never use it. I forgot it was even there. The image on the massive 65-inch screen was my living room, grainy and low light, and sitting on the couch, staring at the TV was me, and standing behind the couch were the words. They weren't just text boxes anymore. The text was clustering. It was forming shapes. Thousands of tiny words, hate, envy, cold, take, skin, were swarming together like bees to form a silhouette. A tall human-shaped silhouette made entirely of green text, standing directly behind my head. I couldn't move. I stared at the TV. The text figure raised a hand. The hand was made of the word reach. repeated 1,000 times. It reached down toward my head on the screen. On the TV, I saw the figure touch me. In reality, I felt it. It felt like a bucket of ice water was poured down my spine, but it went deeper. It felt like freezing fingers pushing through my scalp into the gray matter of my brain. I screamed and threw the remote at the TV. The screen cracked, but the image didn't die. The figure, made of words, leaned closer to my ear on the screen. New text appeared, massive, scrolling across the bottom like a breaking news ticker. We do not need the device anymore. We have learned the pathway. I ran out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. I'm writing this from a 24-hour diner 3 blocks away. I have been here for 6 hours. The waitress thinks I'm homeless. Maybe I am. I can't go back there. But the terrifying thing isn't the apartment. It's my eyes. About an hour ago, I blinked, and when I opened my eyes for a split second, I didn't see the diner menu. I saw text, overlaying the waitress's face, in faint, glowing green letters. She is tired. She has a weak heart. I looked at my coffee cup. Poison, slow, caffeine. I looked at the window. They are gathering outside. It's not in the app anymore. It's in my optic nerve. The code uploaded itself to me. I am the new interface, and the silence. The silence isn't silent anymore. I can hear them reading the text. I can hear 1,000 whispering voices narrating the world around me, judging it, hungry for it. The waitress is walking over to me now. I can see the text floating above her head. He knows too much. Cut the feed. She's holding a coffee pot, but the text on the pot says, "Scald." She tripped. Hot coffee is everywhere. It burns. But as I'm screaming, I see the text appearing on my own burning arm. Pain is data. Uploading. I have to stop writing. My hands are starting to type things I'm not thinking. If you see a link for Project Acheron, don't click it. And if you're in a quiet room right now and you feel a sudden chill, don't look behind you, because now that I've told you about them, new user detected. Found you, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, the house that remembers. I am writing this from a borrowed laptop in a library in Duluth, Minnesota. I don't have a phone anymore. I don't have a car. I walked here in the snow wearing boots that aren't mine. If you're reading this and you see a listing on Airbnb for a secluded historic manor in the Blackwoods with a host named Mrs. Gable, do not book it. Do not even look at the photos. The photos are a lie, but not in the way you think. The photos show the house as it wants to be seen. They don't show what it keeps in the walls. My name is Sarah. I'm a freelance photographer, or I was. I specialize in architectural photography, abandoned places, ruins, the kind of decay porn that gets likes on Instagram. I was broke, my camera gear was pawned, and I needed a gig. When I got the email from a private client offering me $5,000 to document a family estate before it was demolished, I jumped at it. The client, a lawyer named Mr. Sterling, was vague. "The house has history," he said on the phone. His voice was tinny, like he was speaking from inside a metal box. "The family wants a record of it, every room, every corner, but you must do it at night. The lighting is specific." "At night?" I asked. "Yes, the house wakes up at night. The architecture changes with the shadows. It's an aesthetic choice." I agreed. I rented a car, bought back my camera, and drove north. The house was located at the end of a long, overgrown driveway that wound through a forest of dead birch trees. They looked like white bones sticking out of the earth. The house itself was a monstrosity. It was Victorian, but wrong. The angles were too sharp. The windows were too narrow, like squinting eyes. It was painted a color that might have been blue once, but had rotted into a bruised purple. Mr. Sterling wasn't there. He had left a key under the mat, a heavy iron key that felt cold enough to burn my skin. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It wasn't mold or dust. It smelled like dried flowers and old perfume, masking something underneath, something like raw meat left in the sun. The interior was pristine, dust-free. The furniture was draped in white sheets. The mirrors were covered with black cloth. I set up my gear in the foyer. It was 8 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the floorboards. I started shooting. Click, flash, whir. The first hour was normal. I moved from room to room, the library, the dining hall, the parlor. The house was beautiful in a grotesque way. The wallpaper was patterned with intricate vines that looked like arteries. The chandeliers were made of crystal drops that resembled tears. But as midnight approached, the house changed. I was in the kitchen. It was a large tiled room with a massive cast-iron stove. I was setting up my tripod to capture the stove when I heard it. Clink. It sounded like silverware hitting a plate. I froze. Hello? Silence. I looked around. The kitchen was empty. The drawers were closed. Clink. Scrape. It came from the dining room, the room I had just left. I grabbed my tripod, wielding it like a club, and walked slowly to the dining room doorway. The room was dark. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The table, which had been empty 10 minutes ago, was set. There were 4 place settings: fine china, crystal goblets, silver cutlery arranged perfectly, and in the center of the table there was a roast, a steaming hot roast beef, oozing red juices onto a silver platter. My breath caught in my throat. I was alone. I had locked the door. I walked closer. The heat from the meat hit my face. It was real. I raised my camera. I had to document this. Click. The flash illuminated the room for a split second. In that split second, I saw them. Seated at the 4 chairs were figures. They were translucent, like smoke caught in glass. A man, a woman, and 2 children. They were dressed in clothes from the 1900s, but their faces were blurred, smudged, like someone had taken an eraser to a pencil drawing. Where their eyes and mouths should be, there was just smooth gray skin. The flash died. Darkness returned. I shined my flashlight at the chairs. Empty. The food was still there. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. Okay, I whispered. Prank. Someone is messing with me. I turned to run to the front door. It was gone. Where the front door had been, there was now a wall, a solid wall covered in the artery-patterned wallpaper. I touched it. It was cold and damp. It felt like skin. I ran to the windows. They were shuttered from the outside. I tried to lift the sash, painted shut. I smashed the glass with my tripod. Behind the glass there was no outside. There were bricks, a solid wall of bricks. I was sealed in. Then the whispering started. It came from the vents, from the floorboards, from the walls themselves. She sees us. She sees the dinner. Does she want a plate? She looks hungry. I ran up the stairs. Why? I don't know. Instinct. High ground. I barricaded myself in the master bedroom. It had a heavy oak door with a bolt lock. I slid the bolt home and pushed a dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, shaking. I checked my photos on the camera's display screen, the photo of the dining room. In the picture, the chairs were empty, but the roast beef wasn't meat. It was a human head, a severed gray head on a platter, and it was screaming. I dropped the camera. It hit the floor and the lens shattered. I huddled in the corner. This isn't real. This isn't real. Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite taps on the bedroom door. "Room service," a voice called. It was a cheerful sing-song voice, a maid's voice. "Go away," I screamed. "But you didn't finish your dinner, miss," the voice said. "The master is offended." The doorknob rattled, slowly, then violently. The heavy dresser began to slide across the floor. Something with immense strength was pushing the door open. I looked around the room. There was a fireplace, a chimney. It was my only way out. I grabbed the fire poker and ran to the hearth. I looked up. It was dark, narrow, and smelled of soot. The bedroom door splintered. A hand reached through. It was gray, elongated, with fingers that had too many joints. I climbed into the fireplace. I pulled myself up onto the smoke shelf. I heard the door smash open. I heard heavy, wet footsteps enter the room. "Where is the little mouse?" a deep, guttural voice growled. "She went up the chimney, sir," the maid's voice giggled. "Smoke her out," the deep voice said. I heard the strike of a match, then the whoosh of flames. Heat surged up the chimney. Smoke billowed around me. I coughed, my eyes burning. I climbed. I clawed at the rough bricks, tearing my fingernails. The heat was scorching the soles of my boots. I climbed until I saw stars. I pulled myself out onto the roof. I collapsed on the cold slate tiles, gasping for air. The smoke poured out of the chimney next to me, thick and black. I looked down. It was a 30-foot drop to the ground. But the ground was moving. The lawn wasn't grass. It was a sea of hands. Thousands of gray, spectral hands reaching up from the earth, grasping at the air. "Jump," they whispered. "Join us." I looked around the roof. There was a trellis on the side of the house, covered in dead vines. I crawled to it. I swung my legs over the edge. As I climbed down, I looked into the windows on the second floor. In every window, a face was watching me. The smudged faces, the eraser people, they were pressing against the glass, their featureless heads tracking my movement. And behind them, in the hallway, stood a tall shadow. It wore a top hat. It held a silver platter. I reached the ground. The spectral hands grabbed at my boots, but they were weak, misty. I kicked through them. I ran to my car. I fumbled for my keys. They were gone. I must have dropped them inside. I looked at the car. The tires were slashed, all 4 of them, and on the hood, scratched into the paint, were words, "Stay for dessert." I didn't stop. I ran into the woods. I ran until my lungs burned. I ran until the sun came up. I found a road. A truck driver picked me up. He didn't ask questions about the soot or the blood or the fact that I was crying hysterically. He dropped me off here in Duluth. I went to the police. I told them everything. They looked up the address I gave them. "Ma'am," the officer said gently, "there is no house at that location. That's the old Blackwood fire zone. A manor burned down there in 1922. Killed the whole family. They say the father went mad and poisoned them at dinner before setting the place alight." "I was there," I insisted. "I have photos." I reached for my camera bag. It was empty. The camera was gone. I had dropped it in the bedroom, but I found something else in the bag, a silver fork. It was heavy, tarnished antique silver, and engraved on the handle was a name, Sterling, the lawyer, the client. He wasn't a lawyer, he was one of them. I left the station. I pawned the fork for cash. That's how I'm surviving. But here is why I'm writing this. Here is why I am terrified. Yesterday, I bought a disposable camera to take photos for a new job listing I found. Landscape work, safe work. I developed the film at a 1-hour photo lab. The first 12 photos were just trees and lakes. But the last photo, I didn't take the last photo. It shows me, sleeping. In the motel room I stayed in last night, I'm asleep in the bed. And standing over me, looking down at my face, are the 4 smudged figures, the family, and in the corner of the room, reflected in the mirror, is the tall shadow with the top hat. He is holding a silver platter, and on the platter there is a camera lens. My broken camera lens. They followed me. They are not bound to the house. The house is just where they eat. And they are still hungry. I am leaving this laptop here. I am leaving this town. I don't know where I'm going. Somewhere crowded, somewhere bright. But I know it won't matter, because just now, as I was typing this, the librarian walked by. She smiled at me, but for a split second, her face blurred. Her eyes and mouth disappeared, leaving only smooth gray skin. And she whispered, in a voice that sounded like silverware on a plate, "Dinner is served." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a used GPS for my road trip. It keeps trying to lead me to a town that doesn't exist on any map. I drive for a living, not Uber, not Lyft. I'm a courier. I transport sensitive documents, medical samples, sometimes high-value prototypes between labs. It pays well because it requires discretion and speed. I drive a nondescript van with a reinforced chassis and a secure lockbox welded to the floor. My reliable Garmin died somewhere outside of Omaha. The screen just scrambled and went black. I was on a tight deadline, a box of tissue samples going to a research facility in Nevada, and I didn't have time to wait for shipping on a new unit. I stopped at a pawn shop in a dusty town off I-80. The place smelled of stale cigarettes and desperation. "Need a GPS," I told the guy behind the counter, a man with grease under his fingernails and a wandering eye. He rummaged in a box under the counter and pulled out a unit I didn't recognize. It was heavy, encased in black rubber with no brand logo. The screen was scratched, but it powered on. $50, he grunted. "Does it have updated maps?" "It gets you where you're going," he said with a grin that showed too much gum. I bought it. I plugged it into the van's dash. It booted up instantly. The interface was weird, minimalist, black background, green lines, no points of interest, no gas stations, just the road. I punched in the coordinates for the facility in Nevada, calculating route. It spun for a second, then displayed a route. Destination, Elysian Fields, NV via RT Siskiyou 6, Old Hawaii. "Elysian Fields?" I muttered. The facility was in Reno. I tried to re-enter the address. Override. The GPS voice was male. It sounded synthesized but old, like the computer voice from war games. Optimal route selected. Avoid interstate. Interstate compromised. Compromised? I looked at the highway. Traffic was flowing fine, but I was tired, and the old Hawaii route looked shorter on the screen. It cut diagonally across a massive stretch of desert that my phone map showed as empty BLM land. I figured, why not? I'm getting paid for speed. I took the exit. The first hour was fine. The road was paved, though cracked. The sun was setting, painting the desert in deep reds and purples. Then the sun went down, and the road changed. The pavement ended abruptly, turning into hard-packed gravel. I slowed down. GPS, I said. I talk to myself when I drive. Recalculate. Is this a road? Continue straight. 40 miles to Elysian Fields. I checked my phone. No signal, of course. I kept driving. The headlights cut through the pitch black. At mile marker 20, I saw the first hitchhiker. He was standing on the side of the road. He was wearing a suit. A nice suit, like something from the 1950s. Fedora, trench coat. He had his thumb out. I didn't stop. Company policy. Plus, it was the middle of the desert. As I passed him, the GPS spoke. Do not pick up the passengers. No kidding, I said. I looked in the rearview mirror. The man wasn't there. 5 miles later, another hitchhiker. This one was a woman. She was wearing a wedding dress. It was tattered, brown with dust. She was holding a bouquet of dead sagebrush. Thumb out. I swerved to give her space. As I passed, she turned her head. Her headlights caught her face. It was wrong. Her features were slid to the side. Her mouth was on her cheek. Her eyes were vertical. I slammed on the gas. Passenger detected in rear cargo area. The GPS voice was calm. I froze. I stared at the unit. What? Weight sensor triggered. Do not turn around. My van has a partition between the cab and the cargo area. It has a small sliding window. The window was closed. I heard a sound from the back. Scritch, scritch, like fingernails on metal. It's just the samples shifting, I told myself. It's a bumpy road. Turn left in 500 feet. I looked ahead. There was no left turn, just scrub brush and rocks. There's no road, I yelled. Turn left now. I ignored it. I kept going straight. The GPS screen flashed red. Rerouting, rerouting. You missed the turn. The van's engine sputtered. The headlights flickered. Then the engine died. I rolled to a stop in the silence of the desert. Great. Fantastic. I tried the key. Nothing. Dead battery. You have arrived. The GPS screen was glowing bright green in the dark cab. I looked out the window. I wasn't in the desert anymore. I was in a town. It had appeared out of nowhere. Or maybe I had rolled into it without noticing because the lights were off. But there were no street lights. The illumination came from the windows of the houses. The houses were suburban. 1950s-style ranch houses, perfectly manicured lawns, white picket fences. But everything was gray. The grass was gray. The paint was gray. The light coming from the windows was the color of television static. And standing on every lawn facing the street were people. They were mannequins, hundreds of them, dressed in 1950s clothes, freezing in mid-wave, mid-stride, mid-laugh. I locked the doors. GPS, I whispered, where am I? Population, 0. Occupancy, full. The sound from the back of the van got louder. Thump! Something hit the partition wall. I looked in the rearview mirror. Through the small glass window of the partition, I saw movement in the cargo hold. The lock box, the heavy steel box welded to the floor, was open. I had the only key on my ring. Something was climbing out of the box. It was small, red, wet. It looked like a skinned rabbit, but it had too many limbs. It crawled up the partition window. It pressed its wet, raw face against the glass. It didn't have eyes. It had the GPS symbol, the location pin, carved into its flesh. Open the partition, the GPS voice said. No! They want to see the driver. Outside, the mannequin started to move. It wasn't fluid motion. It was stop motion. They clicked forward one frame at a time. Click, closer, click, closer. They were swarming the van. I grabbed the tire iron from under my seat. The rabbit thing in the back began to scream. It sounded like a dial-up modem connecting. The mannequins reached the van. They didn't hit the glass. They just pressed their plastic faces against it. And then they started to melt. They dissolved into gray sludge that coated the windows, blocking out the static light. I was in total darkness. Turn right. There is no right, I screamed. Turn right, into the void. The partition glass behind me shattered. I didn't wait. I opened the driver's door and fell out into the gray sludge. It was cold. It burned my skin like dry ice. I scrambled to my feet. I couldn't see anything. I just ran. I ran through the gray streets of the fake town. I could hear the mannequins clicking behind me. I could hear the modem scream of the thing from the box. I saw a light ahead, a real light, yellow, warm. It was a gas station, an old Texaco. But standing under the pump was the hitchhiker in the suit, the first one I passed. He tipped his fedora. "You're late," he said. His voice was the GPS voice. "Help me." "You can't help those who go off route," he said. "Elysian Fields is a destination, not a location." He pointed to a phone booth on the corner. "Make your call, then join the census." I ran into the phone booth. I slammed the door. I picked up the receiver. There was a dial tone. I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? I'm in a town. It's not on the map. There are things here. Sir, calm down. What is your location? I don't know. The GPS brought me here. Sir, the operator's voice changed. It became the GPS voice. Turn around. I turned around. The phone booth was filled with the gray sludge. It was rising up to my knees, my waist, and floating in the sludge were faces, my face, dozens of copies of my face. Some were screaming, some were sleeping, some were rotting. I dropped the phone. I'm standing on the little shelf in the booth now. The sludge is at my neck. I have my phone. I'm typing this to the cloud. The GPS unit, I can see it through the sludge. It floated out of the van. The screen is flashing, recalculating. New destination found. Hell. The sludge is in my mouth. It tastes like copper and ozone. The hitchhiker is knocking on the glass. He's holding a map. He's unfolding it. It's a map of my body. He's pointing to my heart. You are here. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Archive of the Unclaimed. I am writing this statement on a piece of paper I stole from the lobby of a police station in Nebraska. I don't live in Nebraska. I don't know anyone in Nebraska. But I drove until my car ran out of gas. And this is where I stopped. My hands are stained black. No matter how much I scrub them with industrial soap, the blackness doesn't come off. It's not ink. It's not oil. It's underneath the skin. If you are reading this, do not take the job at the Sub-Level 4 storage facility in Detroit. If you see an ad on a telephone pole or a Craigslist post asking for a night archivist with a pay rate of $40 an hour, cash, close your eyes. Walk away. Forget you ever saw it. I was 26 years old. I was a dropout with a mountain of debt and a landlord who liked to bang on my door at 6 a.m. asking for rent money I didn't have. I was desperate. That is the word that defines everyone who ends up at the archive. Desperation. I met the hiring manager, a man named Mr. Calloway. in a portable office trailer sitting in the middle of a fenced-off concrete lot. He was a small man, bald with glasses so thick his eyes looked like tiny black beads swimming in water. He didn't ask for a resume. He didn't ask for a background check. "Can you lift 50 pounds?" he asked. His voice was dry, like sandpaper rubbing together. "Yes," I said. "Are you claustrophobic?" "No." "Do you have family that checks on you daily?" "No," I lied. I had a mom in Ohio, but we hadn't talked in months. "Good," Calloway said. He stamped a piece of paper. "You start tonight, 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. Your job is simple. You walk the rows. You check for moisture. You check for structural integrity of the boxes. And you never, under any circumstances, open a box marked with a red tag." "What's in the boxes with red tags?" I asked. Calloway looked up. His beady eyes went cold. "Personal effects of the unclaimed. Things the state doesn't know what to do with, but can't destroy. Just check the humidity, kid. Don't be a hero." The facility wasn't a building. It was a hole. To get to work, I had to take a freight elevator that rattled and screamed as it descended. It took 3 full minutes to get to the bottom, sub-level 4. It was deep enough that the air felt heavy. It pressed against your eardrums. It smelled of old paper, mildew, and something sharp and metallic, like pennies that had been soaking in vinegar. The archive was massive. It was a concrete cavern filled with endless rows of metal shelving. The shelves went up 20 feet, reaching the dark ceiling where flickering fluorescent tube lights buzzed like dying insects. The rows stretched back so far you couldn't see the end. It was a labyrinth of cardboard and steel. My station was a small desk near the elevator. I had a flashlight, a clipboard, and a radio that only received static. The first week was agonizingly boring. I walked the rows. My footsteps echoed, creating a slap, slap, slap sound that bounced off the concrete walls. I shined my light on thousands of boxes. Most were white bankers' boxes with boring labels. Tax records 1998, city plan and debt, court transcripts. It was quiet, the kind of quiet that hurts. If I stopped walking, I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I could hear the hum of the ventilation system, which sounded like a giant beast breathing in its sleep. The weirdness started on the second Monday. I was in row 40, a section called the Deep Stacks. This was where the older boxes were. The air was colder back there. The lights were dimmer. I was checking a shelf when I heard it. Scritch, scritch, scritch. It sounded like a mouse scratching at cardboard. "Great," I muttered. "Rats." I took my flashlight and followed the sound. It was coming from a box on the bottom shelf. It was an old box, brown and sagging. It had a red tag. The label on the tag was handwritten in faded black marker. Item: Gas 8490. Unknown. Origin: recovered from Site B. I crouched down. The scratching was coming from inside the box. Scritch, scritched. Then it stopped. "Hello?" I whispered. I felt stupid talking to a box. A voice whispered back. It wasn't a rat. It was a human voice, a woman's voice. "It's so tight," she whispered. "My fingers are breaking." I fell backward, landing hard on the concrete. I scrambled away, shining my light on the box. It sat there, motionless. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked. Silence. I stood up, shaking. I told myself it was the acoustics, the ventilation fans playing tricks on my tired brain. I marked check for rodents on my clipboard and practically ran back to my desk. I didn't tell Calloway. I needed the money. I couldn't lose this job over a hallucination. 3 nights later, the leaking started. I was doing my rounds in row 12. I smelled it before I saw it. It smelled like rotten lilacs and burnt hair. It was a thick, cloying scent that coated the back of my throat. I followed the smell to a shelf at eye level. There was a box with a red tag. Label, family case. 102, evidence. A black liquid was oozing out of the bottom corner of the box. It wasn't water. It was thick, viscous, like tar or molasses. It dripped onto the floor with a heavy plop, plop, plop. I shone my flashlight on the puddle. The black liquid was moving. It wasn't flowing downhill. It was swirling, bubbling, as if it was boiling, but the room was freezing cold. As I watched, the puddle stretched out a thin tendril, like a finger, reaching toward the toe of my boot. I stepped back. Nope, 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 nope. I grabbed my radio. Calloway? Mr. Calloway, are you there? Static. I walked back to the desk to use the landline phone. It was dead. No dial tone, just a low, rhythmic thumping sound on the line, like a heartbeat. I went back to row 12 with a roll of duct tape. I don't know why. I thought maybe I could seal the box. When I got back to row 12, the box was gone. The shelf was empty. The puddle of black slime was gone. The floor was dry. I checked the row number. Row 12. I was sure of it. Then I looked at the shelf above. The box was there. It had moved up one shelf. I hadn't touched it. There was no one else in the facility. The elevator hadn't moved. I stared at the box. The black liquid was now seeping through the cardboard faster, soaking the bottom. "Why did you move?" I whispered. The box vibrated. It shook violently, rattling against the metal shelf. Then a sound came from inside. Not a whisper this time, a scream. It was a muffled, high-pitched scream of absolute agony. It sounded like a man being crushed in a compactor. "Let me out!" The scream was so loud it shook dust from the ceiling. I dropped my flashlight. Darkness swallowed the row. I scrambled on the floor, feeling for the metal cylinder. My hand brushed against something wet, something sticky. I recoiled. I found the light and clicked it on. The black slime was on my hand. It burned. It felt like acid. I wiped it on my pants, panicking. The screaming stopped. The box sat there, silent. I ran. I ran all the way to the elevator and hit the button. I stood there shivering, waiting for the slow, agonizing descent of the cage. When it finally arrived, I took it up to the surface and sat in my car until sunrise. I should have quit then. I really should have. But I checked my bank account balance on my phone. Negative $40. Rent was due in 2 days. I went back. God help me, I went back. That was night 7, the last night. When I arrived, Calloway wasn't in the trailer. The door was unlocked. His coffee cup was on the desk, mold growing in the cold liquid. A note was taped to the monitor. Check row 99. Urgent! I'd never been to row 99. The facility supposedly ended at row 80. I took the elevator down. The air was different tonight. It was hot, humid. The smell of rotten lilacs was everywhere, overpowering. I walked past rows, 10, 20, 50. The lights were buzzing louder, popping and flickering. Shadows seemed to dance in the corners of my vision. I reached row 80. Behind it, there was a heavy plastic tarp hanging from the ceiling, painted with a warning, "Do not enter. Structural instability." I pulled the tarp back. There was a tunnel. It wasn't concrete anymore. The walls were rough-hewn rock, braced with old rotting wood beams. Shelves had been hammered directly into the rock. This was row 99. The boxes here weren't cardboard. They were wooden crates bound in chains. Some were metal safes. All of them had red tags. But the tags didn't have numbers anymore. They had names: Allison, Michael, the Traveler, Subject 4, and they were all leaking. The floor of the tunnel was covered in inches of the black sludge. It rippled like a dark ocean. I stepped onto a wooden pallet to keep my boots dry. "Hello?" I called out. "Mr. Calloway?" I heard a splashing sound further down the tunnel. I shone my light. Mr. Calloway was standing at the end of the tunnel facing the wall. He was standing shin deep in the black slime. "Mr. Calloway," I said, stepping closer, "we need to get out of here. It's flooding." Calloway didn't turn around, but he spoke. "It's not flooding, Jack. It's emptying." He knew my name. I had never told him my name. "What do you mean?" I asked. Calloway turned around slowly. My stomach dropped. His eyes were gone. The sockets were filled with the black sludge. It poured down his cheeks like tears. His mouth was open in a rictus grin, and the sludge was bubbling up from his throat, spilling over his lips. "They aren't personal effects, Jack," Calloway gurgled. The voice sounded wet, thick. "They are the discarded, the memories people cut out, the sins cities want to bury, and they are so hungry." Calloway took a step toward me. The black sludge on the floor rose up. It wasn't liquid. It was a hive mind. It formed shapes, hands. Hundreds of black, oily hands rising from the muck, grasping at the air. "Join the archive," Calloway said. He spread his arms. The hands grabbed his legs. They pulled. Calloway didn't scream. He laughed. He laughed as the sludge pulled him down. He sank like he was in quicksand. The blackness swallowed his waist, his chest, his neck. His head remained above the surface for a moment. "Check the box, Jack," he whispered. "Your box." Then he was gone. I backed away, terrified. The sludge was rushing toward me, a tidal wave of oil and hate. I turned to run, but I slipped. I fell face first onto a wooden crate. My light shined on the label, Jackson Miller, the night archivist. It was my name. It was my box, and it was shaking. Something inside was pounding on the wood. Thump, thump, thump. "Let me out!" a voice screamed from inside the box. It was my voice. It was me inside the box. I stared at it, paralyzed. How could I be in the box if I was standing here? The lid of the crate began to pry open. Black fingers curled over the edge. A face pushed its way out. It was my face, but it was made of the black slime. It had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but it was melting, shifting. "You're late for your shift," the thing that looked like me hissed. I scrambled backward. The sludge on the floor grabbed my boot. It burned. It felt like it was eating through the leather. I kicked my foot loose, leaving the boot behind. I ran. I ran back through the tunnel, past the tarp, into the concrete section. The archive was alive. Every box in every row was rattling, millions of boxes, a cacophony of scratching, screaming, and crying. The noise was deafening. It sounded like a stadium full of people burning to death. The black liquid was pouring from the shelves, creating waterfalls of slime. I sprinted for the elevator. My sock was soaked in the sludge. My foot felt numb, dead. I reached the elevator. I hit the button. Nothing happened. I hit it again. "Come on, come on!" I looked back at the rows. A wave of blackness was rushing down the main aisle. At the crest of the wave was Calloway, or what was left of him. His body was fused with others, faces I didn't know, women, children, men, all screaming in unison. "The Unclaimed!" the collective voice roared. I pried the elevator doors open with my fingers. The car wasn't there. It was still at the top. There was a ladder in the shaft. I didn't hesitate. I jumped for the ladder. I climbed until my muscles screamed. Below me, the sludge filled the elevator shaft. It was rising. I could hear them climbing the ladder behind me, wet, slapping sounds. Slap, slap, slap. "We remember you, Jack," the voices whispered from the dark below. "We have your debt. We have your fear." I reached the top, sub-level 1, then the lobby. I burst out of the shaft door and rolled onto the linoleum floor of the loading dock. It was night outside. The air was cool. I ran to my car. I drove. I didn't look back at the warehouse. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I drove for 3 days straight. I stole gas. I slept in rest stops for 20 minutes at a time. I thought I escaped, but yesterday I stopped at a gas station to wash my hands. My foot had turned black. The skin was hard, like a shell, and my hands, the stains won't come off. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what happened an hour ago. I was sitting in this police station lobby trying to work up the courage to turn myself in, to tell them everything. A delivery man walked in. He was carrying a package, a brown cardboard box. He set it on the counter near me. The label on the box caught my eye. Jackson Miller, recovered effects. It had a red tag, and it was leaking. A single drop of black liquid fell from the corner of the box and hit the pristine white floor. Plop! I heard a scratching sound from inside. Scritch, scritch, and then a whisper. "I'm still in here, Jack. You left me in the dark." I stood up and walked out. I left my car. I'm walking now. I'm walking into the cornfields. I can feel the blackness spreading up my leg. It feels cold. It feels heavy. I know what happens when it reaches my heart. I won't die. That would be too easy. I will become a box. And someone, some desperate kid who needs money, is going to be hired to watch me. Please, if you see the ad, if you see the job for the archive, don't let me out. Whatever you do, don't let me out.